Start. Okay, it is Tuesday, June 4th, 2024. It's 6:07 p.m. We will go ahead and start our work session. We do have Councilmember Scott Smith that's just walking in to join us. But as we begin, we're going to discuss three items: our financial year 2024-2025 budget, proposed garbage and recycle rates increase, and city staff pay plan. We'll go ahead and we'll start with the very first item, the budget of 2025. Is that you, David?
Yep, that's me. Thank you, Mayor. Okay, it's been a little bit since we talked about the budget. Just wanted to give kind of a quick update on a few new items, things that have changed, and then potential things that can still change. My remarks will be fairly quick. So changes from the last time we talked on April 30th, or the last version that was sent to you guys. We've increased our use of general fund balance by $100,000. This is for the field light conduit at Mountain Ridge Park. Excuse me. We initially had been using excess revenue surplus for this, but after discussing it a little bit more, decided that we were going to dip into the general fund balance and keep that general fund excess revenue surplus for potential future needs. The other thing, we've increased the garbage revenue. Jay is going to talk in a minute about the reason why, but we're proposing a rate change that would bring us about $50,000 more in revenues for garbage. And then corresponding to that, we are increasing the hauling expenditure for garbage by $28,000. The reason those don't match up exactly is we had already in our tentative budget built in a slight change, a percentage. It was just a little bit lower than what actually ended up happening. And we were just going to absorb that with our existing revenues, but now we're proposing a rate change that will cover the increase. So a new item that we discovered as well in some research that we were doing, it was discovered that, so just a little bit of background, the city contributes 7.5% to a 401k for part-time employees. I'm not sure how long, Aaron, do you know how long that's been in practice?
At least since 2013.
So quite a while. We've been hearing some things. Jess Andra, our HR generalist, received some information stating that we are not allowed to contribute any more than the 6.2%. Basically whatever is equal to the current Social Security rate, which is 6.2%. So with that in mind, we feel that it is appropriate to adjust our budget numbers so that the city is contributing 6.2% for part-time. We didn't want to just take the money away from them. I don't remember whose idea this was, but I thought it was a good idea. We are taking that amount of money, or approximately that amount of money, and putting it into our HR employee engagement account so that we can use it more for like a summer barbecue or other types of employee appreciation type things. And then the last thing that we currently have added into the budget is $30,000 for Wild Rose Park improvements. This is one that we potentially was going to be an amendment for the current year's budget, but timing-wise, it looks like that's not going to happen. It will be in next fiscal year.
Now, when you say add, is this not being transferred from, because we already had this $30,000.
Right, so this is just putting it into the budget document. It would be using some of the fund balance that's in the Parks Capital project.
We already have the cash that was already earmarked many years ago for this project.
Yep. So. Yep, just programming it into the budget. And then just a refresher on our general fund balance reserves. So with that additional $100,000 for the Mountain Ridge Park field light conduit, add that to $20,000 for Hogs Hollow Trail, $420,000 for the Highland Boulevard matching funds, and $200,000 for Mountain Ridge Park maintenance building. That's a total of $740,000 of general fund reserves that we are planning on using in the fiscal year 25 budget. With that, we have an estimated ending fund balance of $4.8 million, which is about 37.5% of our total budgeted revenues for fiscal year 25. So it's above the maximum 35% that the state allows. So in order to reach that 35% max, we would need to use an additional 317,500 of our fund balance. That is also at the moment pretty close. It's not dollar for dollar, but it's pretty close to the total amount of our general fund surplus, our revenues over expenditures. So if we were to had the need to use some of that during fiscal year 25, we would be able to get below the 35%. And then just as a reminder, in our when we pass the budget, the council's also agreeing that at the end of the year during our audit process, if there is excess general fund balance above that 35%, that staff has the authorization to transfer a portion of that into our capital projects fund in order to be compliant with the state code.
And if we were to get a, say, $1 million grant that came in, if it comes in fiscal 25, then that affects that.
It
The
does,
percentage,
yes. Any
correct?
revenues that come into the general fund. So if that grant is for a general fund function and we receipt it in, that would change the calculation of that percentage.
And
The one we're talking
yeah,
about
we
is
just
water,
recently,
right?
I think the one we just recently applied for would go into our water fund.
Yeah, so that
It
would
wouldn't
not
head
impact
into
it.
It won't go in this fund.
Again, just showing with those changes, this is that all fund summary that we've shown a few times in the past, just showing our estimated beginning fund balances to start fiscal year 25, revenues that we're budgeting, expenditures that we're budgeting, net revenues, and this is not including depreciation, and then our use of prior year fund balance that we're proposing, and then an estimated ending fund balance for each of the funds.
So David, so let's assume at the end of the year, we do transfer it into a capital account. And because it came out of general fund, once it goes in the capital account, is it restricted and it can't come back out of that capital account into something else? Like if we find during next year, hey, we have maybe a need in the general fund, we can't transfer back out of that fund.
That's a good question. I would probably defer to our auditor to ask. I've had some people ask similar questions. My former employer, my successor there, has asked me if that's something they can do, and it's not something I've ever done or needed to do, and so I'm not entirely sure.
So
But it's-
here's a question. Are we generating too much money in the city and should we be looking, I mean, just being very transparent, are we generating too much and should we be looking at a tax break because we're generating too much funds?
Right, that's always something that the council will want to look at each year as we're budgeting. If we're having large amounts of surplus and you can't think of anything that needs to be done with that
Or
money, then
needs
that's,
versus, I mean, there's wants and needs.
yeah. At this point, looking at the budget, I don't see that being a huge problem, that we make too much money. I think there's a lot of good uses and necessary things that we're doing with the budget, so.
The other question related to the mayor's question would be not just can we transfer it back to the general fund, but can we transfer it between capital accounts?
That one for sure we
it's
can,
definitely- okay.
yeah. It just has to be in a capital projects account or fund. It doesn't matter which one it is, so. But coming back to the general fund, that's a little bit of a gray area that I'd have to get clarification on.
Are you guys still, good? Are you going to go through some of these or do you want us to ask questions if we see some things, what our ending balances, or are you going to go through some of that?
I'm not going to go through them in detail, so if you see something that you have a question about, again, these are just estimates. The starting amount is kind of based on our audit results from the fiscal year 23, and then taking into account the fiscal year 24 budget. They could change a little bit based on budget adjustments that we still need to do for fiscal year 24, but this is our kind of current best guess at what the fund balances will be to begin the new fiscal year.
I mean, of course, you know, if you look at the very end of the year, you know what your estimation is. Of course, Parks Capital is a big one, but we're going to walk through that here at the end of the meeting. So I think
Yep.
we'll answer some of that.
Yep.
The roads, you're not worried about. Town center exaction fee, I thought, is that being saved as a reimbursement back? Or is that funds that are available to be used somewhere? The 79,383.
Yeah, my understanding, we're transferring, that number will likely change. We're transferring, I think, all of that plus a little bit more interest that's been earned so far in this year into the Parks Capital Project Fund to help pay.
Because I thought we zeroed out that account. So I was,
Yeah.
There's
that's
going to
why
be
I
a
was-
little bit of money left in there. There's one property owner we still have left to reimburse.
Okay.
And then after that, it'll all, but we're also getting revenue in from the 10700 project on that one as well. So there's a little bit of action still in that fund for the next year or two until 10700 is finished.
Yeah, on June 8th, we will bring proposed budget adjustments for the current year's budget. One of them is we've seen some interest revenue into that fund as well. So that, along with some exaction fee that has come in during fiscal year '24, is about 20,000, and so it brings us to about 100,000 fund balance that we will propose transferring into the Parks Capital Project Fund. Just a quick mention of some potential changes still to come, some things we're waiting on. Certified property tax rate should be within the next week. We hope to get that. That could impact our property tax revenue number. Wage study and market adjustments.
Am I correct in recalling that we actually expect that to affect the number, not just that it could?
We
We
with
expect that
growth
to
in
be
the
higher than
city,
what we had-
we would hope and expect that it will
Okay.
be a little bit higher, so that will increase our surplus that we're showing.
What you're saying is that the certified tax rate won't be higher. The funds we've received from
Likely,
property
yeah.
tax will be higher.
Likely, the tax rate will be lower because I believe that property values have gone up a little bit more since last year. So.
It depends on where you live in the city. Mine dropped,
Mine did too.
yeah, so, you know,
And I think if you have a home that's a little older, like mine's getting 30 years, and then it kind of goes to sometimes if you're newer, it might adjust a little different up. And so
Yep, so we'll find out soon. Wage study and market adjustments, Aaron's going to talk about that a little bit later, but we currently in the budget have a 5% increase built in, and it's kind of just how it's formulated is just everybody is showing a 5% increase, which in the end result, the budget that we approve on June 18th is going to be more specific about who gets what percentages, and so there will be some shifting around of some of that money, just so that you're aware. Sewer rates and revenue, as you know, we have a current rate study ongoing. Ran into a little bit of a bump with that, just looking at our current costs of sewer with TSSD, and saw some things that we weren't expecting. So we're digging into that and trying to make sure we're understanding and using the correct numbers going forward. Also, Alpine Highway fence that you've been discussing in multiple meetings could be a thing that we add in. And then any additional amenities at Mountain Ridge Park that you discuss and decide to include. And then just a reminder of the budget calendar. We're right there at the end. 2 weeks from tonight will be the end of the process where we will present the final budget. You'll have the opportunity to vote on that. We'll also approve the certified tax rate. We'll talk about enterprise transfers. The only one that we have is a transfer from our pressurized irrigation fund to our general fund. Officer compensation, this is a new requirement that we have a public hearing and talk about any wage increases for officers of the city. We'll talk about our new fee schedule that will go into effect July 1st. There's going to be quite a few changes there to run through. And then final budget adjustments. We'll have a public hearing for that as well. So June 18th will be a big meeting for the finance department.
so I've got a question. So we're running these surpluses, we're having to move funds, and that's a great place to be. But most of our revenue underlying either comes from sales tax, property tax, impact fees, licenses. Where are we running way ahead? I mean, there's some things that we've got to be generating that extra revenue in. Because, I mean, we're talking tonight about raising fees on the sewer and garbage, but yet we've got big surpluses. How do we justify that to the public?
Yeah, it's a great question, and maybe we would need to do a little bit more digging into all those areas to give you a more in-depth answer and analysis of where we think we might be too high. But yeah, right now our general fund is showing about a $300,000 surplus. Part of that is a new sales tax that was implemented for public transit. That's about half of that, actually, that we expect to receive next year that we haven't been getting in the past.
But now, David, that shouldn't go into the general fund. I thought that would go into our transportation.
It's receipted into our general fund. We do a transfer of our B and C road funds into our transportation, into the capital roads fund. But we have a streets and roads department within the general fund that utilizes some of these other gas tax and transportation tax dollars. So,
So how is our sales tax and impact fees running? I mean, we're at the end of the fiscal year.
yeah, it was a
You
big
won't
year.
know for a while, but
Yeah, fiscal year '24 was really big for building permits. So our permit revenue is way up. Our impact fee revenue is way up. So yeah, if you look at Fund 24, our Building and Development Fund, the revenues that we've receipted in for building permits are much higher than our expenditures for the fund, which is the reason why the separate fund was created, so that those funds can be held there and restricted and used for future purposes and future development when we aren't collecting so much in building permit fees.
You didn't
but still
show a
have expenditure.
balance in that account though, did you? Is that, maybe I, which?
Yeah, like I said, these will likely change because we are currently finalizing budget adjustments. But
Is it
so
the Building and
it's
Development Fund?
Building and Development Fund, yep. So it doesn't have a large balance now, but that will be higher than what I'm showing here based on the building permit revenues that we've seen this year.
And I would just, as a council, that fund, you know, we're funding a lot of different departments out of that. And once building slows down, you'll remember, Scott, when we kind of did that 10-year graft, we're going, yeah, it might be high now, but as you look through the 10 years, it ebb and flows up and down. And so that's kind of the fear as Ridgeview starts to slow down, then we start to have the decrease there.
But the interesting thing, it's just gone up this last year when interest rates have been the highest they've been in 25 years. So, you know, there's still hints that maybe by the end they're going to start reducing rates. So what happens when they reduce rates? Are we anticipating that growth will stop? To me, it's hard to, you know, because Ridgeview is only what, about half?
Actually,
Yeah.
tonight, we'll go through that when we go through the parks impact fees.
Sure.
We have a whole slide about what our building permits and how much more in Ridgeview needs to come.
Right.
Yeah, interest revenue is definitely another part of our surplus. Something that we didn't budget for because it's kind of uncertain. We aren't budgeting quite as high in fiscal year '25 as we probably could, but just knowing that rates will probably be reduced periodically throughout the year.
Maybe.
Maybe, yeah.
Well, I mean, you
We'll
look
see.
at this park capital, you start out at 6 million, and if you're getting 5% in an account, it's generating 300,000 during the year.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the dilemma Saratoga Springs has been in.
But it's definitely something to keep in mind that you wouldn't want to reduce property taxes or something like that and then have your interest income revenues just drop when rates drop.
Sure,
You
that
have to
makes
increase
that makes
taxes again,
sense.
so.
But at the same time, I'm kind of uncomfortable raising things
Yeah.
when we're running such high.
Yeah, and it's really, with the things we're raising, it's trying to match the revenues for that specific thing with the cost of that specific thing, which is a big focus of the state auditors for things like building permits and impact fees and utilities, that you're charging a fee that's appropriate for the cost of that actual thing and not subsidizing with the general fund. Okay, that's all my comments. Are there any other questions or discussion? Okay, we'll see you back on June 18th for final budget.
Right, good evening, Mayor and Council. I'd like to talk to you this evening about the proposed garbage and recycling rate increase. The two major factors that are affecting the garbage rate this year are, first, increased direct operational costs to the city. In particular, utility billing and credit card fees are a little higher this year than they were last year. But the major increase comes from an amount passed on to the city by Waste Management. They are doing a 5.4% CPI increase, in addition to an annual recycling adjustment of $1.15 per can. To give you some context, last year it was 50 cents, so this is actually a rather large jump. One thing that is not causing an increase, we did not receive any notice of an increase from North Point Solid Waste. Councilmember Scott said that's not
I'd be
on
surprised if you do, because we're
not
running
on the
surpluses down there
horizon.
because of
So-
all the construction and demolition. Yeah.
Can you just go back? I had a couple of questions. So What are the credit, when you mentioned there's an increase in credit card fees, is it because we pay the bill with a credit card is why they're having a fee increase?
David put an increase in the credit card line item.
Yeah, so we collect a processing credit card fee when somebody pays their bill with a credit card, because we have to then pay a fee to our merchants for running that credit card. So it's probably, I don't know if it's exactly, but it should be pretty close to a wash where.
Well, that's what I thought. I thought, okay, let's assume it's 3%. We get charged 3% and we charge 3%. I thought that would, I guess at one
Yeah.
time were you saying we were making a little bit of money on credit cards and this?
Could be, it wouldn't be very much at all. It's meant to be just paying.
But it's just, you
for
just
the
said
cost that
increase,
we
and so I
have.
just wondering,
So why do we have an increase?
Well, because if
we're
the
passing on.
fee, if the garbage fees are increasing,
then the credit card fee.
then the
increases.
credit, and I think we might actually pay our
We
bill
do-
with a card.
No,
Yeah.
we pay our bill, well, my understanding is we paid our utility bill or the garbage fee with a city credit card. Is that, am I thinking?
I think you are, yeah.
And I
think
thought
that's
we were
correct.
getting-
So that would make sense that our
So
fees would
is it
increase with that as
something
well.
where we should be paying a check so we don't get charged a fee? Or is it, are they giving that fee back to us? We've been using it for, that's what I thought we're using for city parties, was that money.
Yeah, if we use our card a certain amount, we do get rewards back. And
So, I
so
mean,
it
it's our
it probably
credit card
makes it
rewards.
worth it to, we have an increased fee, but then we receive an increased
Okay,
return.
I guess we need to know, if it's 3%, they're charging us and we're getting 2% back, we might be better to pay a check. That's what I'm just trying to ask, is that, do we know that number?
We can reevaluate it. I think the reason that they're doing it that way tells me that they looked at it in the past and it was more advantageous to do it this way. But we can take another look at it and make sure that we're not losing money on that deal.
So council, when we do the Christmas party or things, it's been based off the reward dollars back from when we've paid, like specifically the garbage, we would pay garbage with the credit card, and then you have that cash rewards back is what we've been using for rewards for parties. Am I thinking that correct, Erin?
Yeah, it just goes into general fund revenues at this point, because previously we were putting, honestly, those costs into a revenue line item, and we don't do that anymore. It's an expense line item. So it just helps to pay for some general fund, other things. Basically, it's another revenue source for us. But yeah, this credit card fees in general, what we're talking about is the fees that we have to pay because as we process credit cards. But again, we get the revenue from it as well, so.
Do you think we could switch our credit card to Southwest and then accumulate points there and get companion passes for all our staff and fly them all to Hawaii instead of the party?
You know what? I think the staff would be all on board for that.
I'm game over here.
I know we're just kind of joking here, but I think we have to be careful because this is a public meeting, don't we? When we talk about benefiting personally.
Sorry, Kurt and I do Southwest.
We use the campaign, but I do think it'd be wise for the city to understand what the cost is. What we're trying to say is a benefit for savings back. Is it really a savings, or are we paying a fee and it'd be better to pay a check
Yeah.
versus the rewards back? And so we'll just, wait for you to do that.
So Jay, let me just ask a question.
Yes.
So they want to increase the recycling can by a significant amount, percentage-wise. Where do they take the recycling waste? Because I understand there wasn't a good market from China anymore.
Are they
for
still
some of that.
recycling, or is it just?
Are
going
they
right
still
to the dump?
recycling, or is this just another can?
My analysis of this pertained to the fee increase, not to where
I've
they're
had residents
taking.
ask
That's
for-
outside of my area of expertise.
So I mean, I have a recycled can and I pay more for it. Is it better is it going to the garbage anyway, and we're just paying more to feel good that we're recycling, but we're really not recycling?
Some of it's just going down to the transfer station. So I would like to know exactly how much of waste management's recycling's being recycled.
I agree.
Because if it's just another way to make money, we probably ought to be honest with people
Yeah.
and say they're not recycling it, so you just probably ought to have a third can or second can.
Well, a second
Yeah.
can still does cost more than a recycling can. It's about 50 cents more for a second garbage can than recycling can.
Even
so-
with the raise.
Correct.
Yeah, it's my.
I'd sure
next-
like to know if it's.
I'd be happy to look into this for you and
Sure.
ask Waste Management some questions,
We've had
but
residents, I have a very, very important resident that has asked me, probably my top resident has asked me this question, being my wife.
Yeah.
And so it's one that I need to answer. When I'm
I
answering
would be
this-
happy to look into that for you.
Yeah, I'd just like to know what percentage, because I know some of the recycling ends up down in the transfer station. Not all of it, but I'd just like to know what percentage.
Recycling is treated as some of the recycling products they're treated as commodities, and the
If it's not profitable, they don't do it.
the need comes and goes. Utah doesn't produce enough glass because we don't drink a lot of beer and wine, so we don't recycle glass here at all. It's a lot of it is subject to market forces here in the United States and around the world. So
I'd
tell you
just
all
be
about-
curious.
Wait,
about-
I think it'd be, to be honest with our residents, saying, hey, nothing that you're paying in that recycle is really going to at least we didn't even know what happened last year, but what's the forecast for this next year? Just
Sure.
because it'd be, I mean, and I'm not saying I shouldn't separate. Maybe I don't have to worry so much about certain bags and things of.
So I wanted to show you here, the proposed increase is 35 cents per can per month. And there's a little table here that illustrates the current rate in the middle column and then the proposed rate in the rightmost column. So yes, right now, your recycling can is cheaper than a second garbage can.
Just, can you only have one recycling can?
No, you could have.
Yeah, but
You can have more.
recycling's only picked up every other week.
Oh, that's right. Hold it, so this is monthly?
Yes.
So it is cheaper to have a second garbage, because like Kim's saying.
Yeah, because you only pick up your recycling every other week.
So it's,
Well, yes, but I mean, it's not like we charge you twice per month on your second garbage can.
well, no, but what they're saying.
Oh, if you needed 3 or something like that, I see what you're
If you're
saying.
doing it, you'd be
The
better
first
to
two
grab-
you get picked up
Yeah,
every
it'd be,
week.
what's our third can? If someone say, hey, I need a third can, is it just the 772? And it happens every week?
Third garbage can, yes. You can have, I mean, as many garbage cans,
Yeah.
I guess,
I mean,
you'd
even
be
though it's.
willing to pay
yeah,
for.
you're getting-
So, but if you're in comparison for weekly pickup, your recycling is $15.
I mean, they do send a separate truck for recycling. Recycling
Right.
comes, it's a different truck that picks it up. So, you know, like Kim just went on their website, they say they recycle, but is that the great?
I
Mystery
think they
of the
go up
world.
to Salt Lake with some of it, but I'm not sure.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm going to ask Google.
So these fee increases generate $50,000?
Yes, and the point is we're trying to be revenue neutral here. The city's not making money on this. We're not building a fund balance. This is, I think actually the math comes out, we lose about $50 a year. Or, you know, we dialed it in just as close as we could without going over. So,
Now, the previous slide said that recycling went up $1.15. This says
Yes.
35.
that is the amount that Waste Management is charging us. But because of how the calculation matrix works, we're able to absorb some of
Absorb
that
that.
$1.15, and we only need to pass on a 35-cent
Kudos.
increase.
That's wonderful.
And again, to piggyback on Scott's question earlier, the standard practice, best practice, required practice is for garbage and recycling to pay for itself and not be subsidized out of general fund, which is why we're looking at this approach, right? Okay.
Correct.
I text our waste management rep, and he said that it's absolutely being recycled right now. So we'll certainly have a phone call with him and get more details. He wants to take us on a tour.
And I think that'd be a good social media post, because I think a lot of people wonder if it's really being recycled. We could say, here it is.
Yeah.
I could not agree more. I get told that it's not being, so.
Yeah.
I don't have an answer back.
And if we can go down there and see it really is, then we can answer it.
That's right.
We'll look at some future dates. They have a, I can't remember what MRF stands for. But they have a facility where they process the recycling. And so, yeah, we'll look at
It's the
some upcoming
recycling
dates, maybe
facility.
post Alpine School District fun.
They're called a MRF.
At doing that.
And for some people, it'd be an
The
even
MRF,
better
they call it a
social media
MRF.
post than for others. That look, we're taking our city council down for recycling.
Thank you, Doug. Yeah, there might be. Yeah.
You better write a song about it when we go.
Our singing council member.
Yes, yes.
Don't forget the quotation marks around
I
that.
stayed up late last night watching those. By the way, did you find your peacocks?
Alas, no. I think they have made it off to the hills. Is my
Hold
guess.
it, you didn't
I have
get-
not heard anything about them since midday Saturday.
Oh, I thought because someone had pictures of them in their backyard. I'm sorry, that's kind of a.
They were in a backyard in my neighborhood, but they were not caught.
Sorry.
Jay, the recycling costs.
Mhm.
So they adjust that to the CPI just as determined by the Census Bureau or by the just whatever they say it is. I'm just looking at the consumer price index for April, and I'm interested in if that's where they get their number from.
They said the annual percentage change in the consumer price index for the 12-month period ending the previous December 31st compared to the average CPI for the next previous 12-month period ending December 31st. And that was 5.4%. That's how it's spelled out in our agreement with them. That is how the CPI will be calculated.
And I think we did the same thing last year. I mean, I remember when the contract came in, that was one that was going to be a concern because you couldn't control what the CPI
Right.
and,
So Brittany just looked up, it's 5.3%. We probably should wrangle.
But that's April to April, so I hadn't done the
From
December to
December to
December.
December, yeah.
One other possible explanation for a discrepancy is if you're looking at national numbers and they're looking at Utah numbers or vice versa.
They're using a specific CPI, it's the WSP, I forget which
Yeah.
one that is, but you have to dial down to that very specific CPI for, I think it's the Western States region is the one they look at. I don't know how much of a difference that makes, but.
thank you. Is there any other questions on the garbage?
All right, then I guess it's my turn. So the last thing we wanted to talk to you about high level this evening was kind of finalize, in terms of the budget, getting everything finalized was our city staff pay plan. Neat, thank you, David. So if you remember, well, just as David just reminded you, we have 5% approved in the tentative budget for staff adjustments. And what I've kind of been individually talking to each of you about, we're almost done with the pay plan. Jess did a whole bunch of work on it today, and we're just about there. Honestly, David and I just need to make sure formulas are all looking correct. But what it looks like at this point is some of our staff are outside of market, right? So they need an adjustment to when you consider what other cities are paying for similar positions. However, that's not all of our staff. And so what I'm proposing from administration is that we would do a market adjustment for the staff who need it. So I would take that 5% and here's how I'd use it. Market adjustment for the positions that need it. If they do not, if it doesn't call for a market adjustment, give a flat inflationary adjustment for the remainder of the positions. And then that would be how we would ultimately utilize that 5%.
Is it possible that any of the market adjustments would be below the level of the flat?
No, we would
Okay.
essentially compound that if it made sense to do so. So if somebody only needed a 1%, then we would add that to the market adjustment, or to the inflationary adjustment, excuse me. The other thing that council has discussed briefly in meetings, so wanted to get your final thoughts on this and decisions that way, is one thing that's been brought up is, should we actually be doing a 6% adjustment for city employees to match what Lone Peak Public Safety employees are getting this year? If council would like to pursue that, my recommendation would be, so the 5% would still work as I described on the last slide. The extra 1% would be an adjustment fully based on merit that employees would be eligible for at their anniversary. We would go through evaluation criteria to do that, but again, it would be a merit adjustment not given to everyone, but just based on performance for our top performers to be able to use that. Adding that 1% in would mean about $39,000 throughout all of our funds throughout the city. Our employees are split roughly 50-50, general fund through the rest versus the other funds. So $16,000 in the general fund, and as David mentioned previously, we have about $317,000 in net revenue in the general fund, so we can support it right now if that is something council would like to do.
The only, and it's going to sound like I'm not for this, and I just have questions about it. The
No, please.
6% had to do with public safety and the competitive nature of those roles in other communities and increases that other communities were giving to get incentive to get employees to move to their city, if you will, or to their district. Do we have the same kind of increases going on with cities as we do with public safety?
I'd say in certain positions, yes. So building positions in the building department are very hard to come by. Planners are very hard to come by. Engineers, we've had that position open for almost a year, and we've had 2 applicants, I think, that have been qualified, or is it just, no, 2. Yep. Well, 2 offers, right? Or, I mean, 3. We've held interviews, and in all cases, we've either been outbid or they've accepted another position. So, in very targeted positions, yes, we're absolutely seeing that race to the top, just because I think it's a supply issue in certain positions, not necessarily as broadly as you are seeing within the public safety field.
And the market adjustments are relatively analogous to that.
Exactly.
I can honestly say I am super impressed with our staff. So we've done a good job attracting good people, and we do want to keep them. So I certainly support this.
Well, and one of the things I think we've got to discuss is we already doing a market, meaning the 5%. You know, it's been hard throughout this last several years because of inflationary. It used to be we'd be giving a 2 or 3% increase, and then as we started getting into COVID in those last couple of years, we've had such a higher increase. It's hard because you're going, okay, we're looking at a 6 when if you go back just 5 years ago, it was a 3. And my understanding is we were doing a market analysis to try to make sure we're competitive. And I'm not saying we shouldn't be being, like you said, we've got great employees. This is not about a certain employee or things that way, but we also have, we're all over the city. Are we doing the best thing with the taxpayer dollars? And is it better to make sure we have that 1% for retention? Is that a retention? I mean, it's hard. I do think there's a time where you have your public versus private. And I do personally believe there's been starting to be separation in that the public is starting to outpace the private, specifically with benefits and things that way. And there's, now when you talk about public safety up here, and you brought this up, Ron, there's different specific pressures we're seeing on public safety. And I'm sure there's positions in the city. It's just, trying to say, hey, let's match it because we did it for public safety. That's my concerns. Well, how do we justify? Is it for retention? I don't want to just say because we did it for public safety, we give it for all. That's my own.
I think it's a morale and a retention play.
The reason I had that question is the very thing you're bringing up. I mean, it's that we know it's pretty finite in terms of what's behind that 6% public safety. That's absolute. I believe they did a great job giving us information that really justified that. I just haven't seen the same information for.
Well, and that's why we just went out to the market, I thought.
Well, and that's what, I mean, the 5% really does cover us. Also, I'll start by saying kudos to mayor and council. You're right. I think for years we were behind as staff, right? And you saw that over the last 3 years, council has been supportive in really helping to push staff wages to an appropriate level. So that's why at this point, outside of one certain fund, our employees are doing really not well, but they are they are being paid close to what they need to be, right? About half of our employees need that market adjustment because they're still not quite there. But half of them are in a good place right now. And so kudos and thank you, council, for supporting that. I think that we need to continue to watch that and continue to do these market studies every year to make sure that we're matching that. The other problem that Highland in particular struggles with, and I'd say that's true of Alpine as well in some cases, is we have what we kind of joke about as the Park City problem right now, in that there are, I think, 3 employees that I can think of, city employees who live in Highland, right? Because none of us can afford to live in this general area, ultimately. A lot of us have some kind of a commute. If we live nearby, it's probably because we've had a home for a long time. The north end of the county is just expensive, and it's not just a Highland problem, right? It's a North Utah County problem. It's not something our city created. And so, you know, there's been a lot of talk amongst the Lone Peak Public Safety Board. Do you shoot for the middle? Do you shoot for a little under average? What do you shoot for? I would absolutely encourage us to shoot for at least the middle, which is what the market adjustment does right now, because you have to tempt employees to drive further than they would have to otherwise. One of the reasons we lost an engineer position, that one of the applicants that we really, really wanted, is because his rent was half of what it would be if he moved close enough to make the commute worth it. And so that's something that I think we have to very much stay competitive with wages, or we're going to have a hard time retaining employees.
Just FYI on the public safety, we're starting to hear, of course, you're hearing about a tax increase up in Draper. We're going to hear that Lehigh will probably push for some wages. I'm just going, I just don't know when this ever stops. Yeah, I just don't know when it ever stops. I mean, it's getting pretty frustrating that it just keeps pushing wage, and I understand this we can't control. It's not always everything we have in our control. Anyway, I would say I wouldn't tie it to public safety. The reason we're doing it is for public safety. If you're doing it for retention, I know we have the word. I don't want to get caught just because we have a word there of, hey, we gave 6% to public safety. Let's do it. I think you look, okay, we want to try to do a merit, or you feel like we're there with the employees. Now, does this have the extra benefits? Because when you add any money, there's almost like an extra 50 to 60% that also gets piled in.
Right, inclusive of that. You know, this is probably, I can't remember if the $39,000, it was probably just salaries, or did it include benefits? Hey, look, David thought about that and included benefits in there as well.
He did, so it does include benefits. So I'd like to express my opinion if I could. First of all, I think the staff does a really good job. Second of all, I think actually you've had a difficult time filling a number of positions. I mean, that's why we have our city attorney with 2 hats, right? And he's doing a great job with both. But at the same time, you haven't been able to fill some positions. So I think there is an argument for retention with the merit increase. I think I can support that, mainly because we do have the funds to cover it pretty much. I like to be real conservative, but I think we need to keep a good staff and be competitive with retention. Kim, do you agree? I know it's hard.
I don't know what Kim's going to happen tonight. Is it the agree with Scott Kim here?
We will now find out. The mystery will now be
Yeah,
gone.
I agree. I'm fine with that 1% merit adjustment. Yeah, it's a lot less money to retain staff than to train.
I agree. Other council members that haven't chimed in, any other concerns or feelings on this? Supportive, not supportive?
Yeah, I support it.
Supportive.
I'm seeing 5 nods here. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. That's everything we had for our work session, so I think we've got a 9-minute break, unless there's any other questions you want to talk about budget in general right now.
No,
Okay.
we'll go
Get ready
ahead
for
and-
next meeting. It'll be lots of fun.
Okay, thank you. We'll close our hour.
We get to spend millions of dollars.
What?
Thanks to Andy.
It is 7:02 p.m. We will begin our meeting by an invocation by myself, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance by Councilmember Kim Riddella. Our Heavenly Father, as we joined together tonight at our city council meeting. We invite you to be here, that as we contemplate the different things going on in our city, that we might be able to be mindful of the residents we affect, and as we look at the different things and aspects that we are making decisions on. Heavenly Father, we also ask that you might be able to watch over those who might be struggling, if it be emotionally or mentally or have sickness, that you might also look over them, that as a community that we might be able to reach out to them to be careful and sensitive about the needs they might have. Help us once again tonight that we might be mindful of and respectful of one another's opinions. At this time, we also ask a blessing be upon our police and fire departments that are out there serving, as well as those other employees we have with us in the city, that they might all be safe as they go about doing the work to help us become and make our community safe and beautiful. And these things we say in the name of Jesus Christ, amen.
All stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
As we look across our agenda tonight, I don't believe we have any public hearings, so all the different comments, if you're here to make a comment on any of the different topics, we invite you to come up at this time for unscheduled public appearances. And so if you'll just please come up and state your name, and if you can please keep your comments to 3 minutes, just so we can kind of keep our meeting efficient going forward. So at this time, we'll open up our meeting for unscheduled public appearances.
Hi, my name is Melissa Dowdle, and I live on 10380 North Mountain Ridge Way. I am the corner house nearest the park. I know many of you have visited my house to see for yourself the impact the park has had. I am grateful you came and met my husband. And I am sorry I haven't been able to greet you and introduce myself before now. For context, I have been on my own
Is the green
journey.
button on by any chance? Is that green
It's
button?
on.
Okay. So
Maybe because I'm shaky. But for context, I have been on my own journey of survival, trying to find some semblance of what my life was before I became very ill 4 years ago. At the apex of my illness, I have found myself either hospitalized, bedbound, or in a wheelchair. And although I am standing in front of you today, please know that the government has recently deemed me disabled. Most of my time is spent focused on making the best of my health and results. I had to rely on the people behind me to fight for me and the community. And they have spent endless amounts of time and energy for this cause, and I am grateful. First, I would like to thank you for the building of an all-inclusive playground for those that are disabled. This is a blessing for many. Second, thank you for taking time out of your busy schedules to meet with us outside of City Council meetings. Third, the blue light camera in the parking lot is helping when it announces the park has closed, when it operates properly. Most of the time, the people do leave when the machine sensor is triggered. The reason why I'm up here is not only to thank you, but to beg you not to overload this park. Please do not build this ninja park along our back fence lines. Please consider spreading funding and amenities amongst other Highland parks to enhance the whole city. Please consider we are all about being neighbors and good citizens, and we would like to tolerate the nuances that the park brings, but this park is not anywhere near a normal park, especially if it continues to expand with more amenities. It is an excess, but also could be a burden to the neighbors we'll be left with to handle from day-to-day basis. And lastly, please have patience with us and continue to work with us. I know our frustration can read as ungrateful. We love Highland, and we as citizens want the best for what it is. We want the best for what it can be too. I think, and I hope, we can find middle ground. If my illness has taught me anything, it is that there are many things that are out of our control. But I at least know I'm not going down without a fight. I believe my peers feel the same way in an effort to combat the nuisances that are encroaching our own properties. In advance, thank you for taking the time to listen to us and taking our viewpoints into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa, and we're glad you're doing so much better. So I'm just here to ask a question.
Can you just please state your name, just so we have?
Yes, yes, I forgot. My name is Shannon Sanford, and I live at 5733 West on Yorkshire Court. I'm not directly on the border of the park, but I'm impacted by the traffic and the different things around the park. But anyway, I just wanted to come at the beginning to see if you'll consider these questions as you listen to the other comments. So I was here when the pickleball courts, the pickleball complex was being considered, and I watched the PowerPoints, I listened to the input, and for those of you who were in office at the time and making that decision to pivot away from the pickleball courts to this park, there were a number of things that you were considering. And one of the some of those include parking, as well as sound, as well as the original intent of the purchase of the park, of the land, and how that would be utilized. And so I want you to think back, if you were here at the time, as to why you pivoted away from the pickleball complex. Because in my understanding, as I participated in the public hearings, traffic, sound, and the purpose of the park were factors that were in consideration. And I don't know if you actually did a traffic and parking study in relation to the pickleball complex, but if you did, I would hope that you would pull up that history as you make this decision and see if it's similar to the impact of the traffic and the parking that's happening right now with the park and with the future impact of traffic and parking. And when you made the decision to pivot away from the pickleball, if it was traffic and parking, then I would encourage you to look back on those studies and also the sound study from the pickleball complex and see how those relate to the issues that you're considering today. And I hope that you're consistent with the way that you vote from back then and now. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name's Mark Niebergall. I live in the Canterbury neighborhood behind Freedom Elementary School. I was here about a year ago asking about some crossings at 6000 West. Kim Rodell remembers this. I've heard there's been progress on the signage. I was looking for an update. There's been another year, about another two dozen close calls. Recently watched an altercation between people yelling on the trail with a car that didn't stop in time, and cyclists were yelling at them. I was watching. It didn't turn into a fight, luckily, this time. But so I was just wondering if there's an update on the signage update on 6000 West and the Murdoch Canal Trail.
Actually, if it's okay, since you're asking that.
Yeah.
There's a huge update, and it's actually on tonight's agenda about that, where we are going to be doing a special crossing there at 6000 West and Murdoch. At least will be voted on as we do the sewer pump. There's it's a pressurized irrigation pump station where we're going to be adding. It's all part of that plan. If you want to stay tonight, you'll see a whole thing about how we're doing a crossing there at that spot.
Okay, great, thank you.
Good evening, City Council. I trust you're all well. Guess what I'm going to talk about tonight? I just want to make a couple of comments. I'm Greg Slade. I reside at 10324 North Mountain Ridge Way. Firstly, I wanted to acknowledge the efforts and positive results from the Mountain Ridge Park security cameras trial. These cameras are starting to make a positive difference, ensuring the park is safer from damage and contributing, I think, starting to neighborhood harmony. I did want to just provide some input regarding the proposed stage in the Mountain Ridge Park. I understand the primary purpose of the stage is for the annual Highland Fling, and I recognize the desire for Highland City to have its own stage rather than relying on renting one from other cities such as Lehigh. However, I do have some concern about the potential construction of a permanent stage, which was discussed last month. I believe the initial budget proposed for laying the concrete base for a future permanent stage is $200,000, with a total cost likely reaching closer to $400,000 once the stage is complete, although that total cost, frankly, to me is unclear. So to the crux, really, the permanent stage will be significantly more expensive than purchasing a temporary stage. Beyond the higher cost, my major concern is the lack of clarity regarding its overall intended purpose. Surely, I think there will be a desire to use a permanent stage much more frequently than a temporary one, largely to justify its cost. This does raise some concern, I think, amongst Highland residents about turning Mountain Ridge Park into an entertainment park, potentially with more frequent and loud events. Look, I do not view the concept of a permanent stage inherently positively or negatively. However, its overall intended use and frequency should be discussed and clarified with Highland residents before spending money on the concrete base. Community input is essential to make an informed decision. Only then can an appropriate decision be made and voted upon, including clear understanding of long-term costs, such as staffing and maintenance. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
My name is Eileen Miller, and I'm with the Utah Valley Home Builders. And Mayor Osler asked me to take a minute to talk to you about the 2024 Parade of Homes. Highland City has 4 gorgeous homes. They're ready, they've been approved. It starts on Thursday, goes till the 22nd. Mapleton City has 5 this year in their city. You beat you by 1. But we're so happy. You've always been wonderful partners with the parade. And the city zoning officer will be really happy to know that everything's going to be done on the phones this year. So there won't be like signs. That was like my big trauma.
You're getting that one, Jay?
I was going to Saratoga Springs, and Highland have strict sign restrictions. So that was always kind of a trauma for me because I'm the gal that gets to go out and make peace and pick up the signs. And so anyway, thank you so much. We hope you'll all join us for the parade. Thank you.
I'm Robert Williams, and I live on Yorkshire Court, just south. And the only thing I would say is, after the initial, what were we going to do with Mountain Ridge with the pickleball, I really commend the council. You took your time, you got a lot of feedback, you got a lot of information, you look at the numbers, and you ended up making some really good decisions on the initial plan. And you look at what we now have on that initial plan, and I think everyone agrees it's outstanding. I think you did the same thing when it talked about the development with the restaurants and the alcohol. You took your time, you got feedback, you got a lot of information. And maybe you have been working and thinking about what you're going to do with the Ninja course and the theater, but I'm not sure you've really gotten a lot of good information from the community on, is that the next step for this park? And what has changed fiscally from a year ago when you had didn't know how you were going to fund what was originally designed? Now all of a sudden you've got a stage that can be permanent. You've got all this other. What has changed financially? And I just say you've really done a good job on the initial concept of what do we want this park to be. You did a great job in getting the community's feedback on the restaurants and the alcohol. I just would recommend, make sure you take the necessary time, because I live in that neighborhood, and it's only been the past week that I found out that you're thinking about a ninja course. And I come up and play pickleball all the time and take the grandkids to the park, and I've never heard this. I keep looking and seeing this is where the baseball diamond is probably going, but please take the necessary time. Why is all of a sudden we're rushing this thing through without getting the type of community involvement that you got initially? And I commend the council and the city for the actions you took on the initial Mountain View Ridge Park and the information you got. So please consider doing that same type of effort before you make final decisions on what to do next. Thank you for your efforts, and I hope you would consider that.
Hi, my name is Hillary Pugh, and I live at 6562 Avery Avenue. And it's the new trail that will be connecting Mill Haven to the canal. Murdoch Canal is running adjacent our house. And so I know that this is not on your agenda tonight, but I am just asking you to please consider and think about making an exception of this little stretch of the trail for us to be able to put in a privacy fence. It basically is just the length of our yard, a little bit of our neighbors, our backyard neighbors, as opposed to the other sections of this trail that basically go from block to block. This is just a small section. It comes through a very open part of the new Mill Haven development. Most of the trail in that neighborhood, if not all of it, is parallel to the road. And so it just turns the corner, comes down the side of our house, and then crosses another road to get to the Murdoch Canal Trail. So I would ask that you consider this exception to this small section of the trail for us to be able to put in a privacy fence so that we can just have more privacy. And it feels like a short enough section where you can see from one end to the other. It doesn't feel unsafe to be able to do this, and it would make a big difference for us to feel like we didn't have people seeing into our backyard. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jocelyn Palmer. I live at 10602 North Canterbury Drive. I've met most of you. I have done my best to not have the trail go in behind our home, but without, it is still going in. And so the city is getting their trail. We've done everything we can do, or we will do everything we can do to become compliant by July 1st. I love Highland. I love the beauty of this area. I love my neighbors. I love my home. I love my neighborhood. The one thing I value is safety for my family. I value my privacy. We've had privacy in that home for 20 years. And now the trail is going in, and you're asking the current ordinance is going to have people looking in my backyard. I'm so sorry, but I don't know about you, but that is not privacy for me. That is an invasion of my privacy. It's hard to have a family event or have my grandchildren out there playing in my backyard, doing things. They have their toys that are sometimes are expensive little toys, and I've got people seeing that. I've got whoever walks the trails, and you can't control that. Seeing my grandchildren, what about their safety? What about our family's right to have a little solitude, peace, and just beauty in our own backyard without having to make eye contact with passersby? I live right next door to Hillary. Our yard is 101 feet across. 35 of it is open because it connects with that trail coming off of the Mill Haven project. So we have about 65 feet. That would be a more closed area. The Pews didn't put their fence in quite on their property line, so it's 25 feet across. I am just asking for a total privacy fence. I want you to know we have a big family event coming up. Not to bring up religion, but we're going on a mission. And we have a big open house on the 23rd. And while I wanted the beauty of my backyard, Now that we've become compliant with the city, it looks horrible because we've stopped the watering, the grass is dead, we've cut down our fruit trees, you know, we've had to take out the beautiful gardens that encroached. And so, you know, we want to do the fence, but we're going to wait until the trail goes in because we don't want to jeopardize our cement work that we're going to put in. We haven't had a lot of success with that. So anyway, I'm just asking that you please consider for our 2 homes and the blotters, that trail runs, you know, within 5 feet of their basement window, little girls. They don't have privacy on the front, the back, or the side. So that's all I have to say. Thank you. Please consider it.
Just since there's a lot of questions on fences, the city council has a work session next Tuesday where we're going and visiting areas in the city, and one of the items we're going to be doing is the fences. So we're going to be going and looking at several different parks and about different things. We've had a lot of different, you know, at Mountain Ridge, if it be there on this new trail in Canterbury, if it be in other neighborhoods. Fences seem to be a thing, so we are doing a visiting, you know, work session next Tuesday to go and look at all these different fence issues so we can kind of come back knowledgeable as it's already come to Planning Commission. The reason is it's not here tonight. There was a public notice, I think, that went out that might be on tonight's agenda. I postponed it so we could go do physical visits. We want to get our eyes on site.
Okay.
I think that will hopefully help you, as I think some of the questions are coming up.
All right. I just hope that you'll push it forward because sooner than later, we'd like to get a fence.
Yeah, thank you.
Hello. I'll actually introduce myself this time, if I remember to. I'm Brianna Hugh. I live at 6692 Canterbury Way, not Canterbury Court, not Canterbury Lane, not Canterbury Park, not Canterbury Street, but Canterbury Way. That's a whole topic for a totally different time, which I would love to address, actually. The number of emergency vehicles that have come down my street and gone a different way has been, you know. Okay, so I just want to talk about city ordinances for just a second. We have lots of city ordinances because we're a great city. And we have ordinances about alcohol. We have ordinances about what businesses can be open on Sunday. We have ordinances about what pets you can have. You know, I can't have a longhorn cow in my yard. We have a lot of city ordinances, and most of the time, they are there to protect citizens. Sometimes they're for beautification and all of that different stuff. I may not always agree with the decisions that you make about the city ordinances, but I always know that you are doing your due diligence and that you are looking at what will benefit the greatest number of citizens. So, I also know that once you pass something, you as a council support the will of the council moving forward. So this is why I'm a little confused about the disregard for the city ordinance of political signs. The ordinance says that there are no political signs to be put on public property, and yet we have lots of them. So it's a problem for several reasons. The biggest problem that I see is that because it's haphazardly enforced, some candidates have signs everywhere and other candidates are trying to be compliant, and so they don't have signs up at all, right? I'm not against political signs. I have a few in my yard right now, but that's my private residence, right? I also am not against civic engagement or informing voters. As Mayor Osler knows, I'm his precinct chair. I fully engage in the civic engagement process. I think that it's really important that we do have informed voters, but political signs just become sign wars and become all about who can have the gaudiest and the biggest sign out there. That is not informing voters. That is a sign war, right? And then you have people that are upset when their signs end up in the trash and other signs don't end up in the trash. It's just inconsistent. So here's my request. I would love it if you would enforce the code, enforce the city ordinance. If you don't have the manpower, there are two suggestions that I have. Number one, fine the candidates so that you can pay the employees to go collect the signs. Or deputize citizens and volunteers to go take them down, okay? Or change the ordinance and allow for it, okay? Thank you for your time. I love everything, almost everything that you do. And I appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So, Mayor, can I just ask a
Yes.
point? So when the signs are taken down, we're not throwing them in the trash, are we? I thought they were brought to the city recorder's office.
If
Rob?
We've tried to hold on to some when somebody has called and said, hey, you've got my sign, kind of a thing, but currently we are taking them to the trash. And I actually had 2 people come in and yell at me yesterday because we had put them in the trash, and that's a whole bunch of money.
So
That's
when
not
did we
true of
decide
city
to do
council,
that?
I
Because
will
I don't
say.
remember that.
So that's not true when we have city council elections, usually there's a smaller number, and so it's a manageable amount, and we hold on to them. So on our city council years, but there are, Brianna is not wrong. There are so many signs up right now because of all the different offices that are going on. And so they're not candidates that are running for a Highland City office. And honestly, our code compliance officer is doing the best he can to keep up with them, and they're going in the garbage at this point.
I think we ought to have a discussion on that, because those signs are expensive. And, and I think there was some disinformation from the code enforcer.
And that was one. So on
Yeah.
that one, we held on to the signs so they could pick them up because we gave incorrect information. But since then, we have started putting them in the trash.
Just since, Rob, we don't just allow, it's not just political signs. What's the sign situation on any sign?
We don't allow any signs on public property except for, street signs or city signs on it.
Or city sponsor your event signs.
Yes, so it comes up at, campaign time often, but we also, the window washer signs that get put out there, call this number for investing in real estate or all of those things. We routinely pick those up. Sometimes we hold on to them because we want to try to call the company to tell them to stop doing it. And sometimes they comply and sometimes they tell us that they're not going to stop doing it. Sometimes it's our parks crew, not our code compliance, because they're trying to mow and they stop. And now they have to hold on to signs while trying to finish mowing. So instead they just kind of pile them up and then just toss them later and throw them in the back of their truck. But it is all signs that we collect and throw. I mean, as much as we can throughout the entire city.
Is there a policy, do we not have a fine that could go in? I mean, if it be that they're littering or other, I thought there was something that we could do, like on the window washers, where they just go in for real estate.
Where they can go,
Or can we not find them if they put up an exorbitant where it's
we
costing
have
us money?
find them. Sometimes it's hard because they're outside of the city. So now we have to go serve them outside the city and bring them back to Highland City for enforcement. It becomes that kind of prosecution side of it's hard. The enforcement of just removing the sign is easy. I know there's been times where Brent, our previous and kind of current code compliance officer, has had a stack of a couple dozen signs next to his desk that he's held on to while he's trying to call them, either to pick them up or to say, stop putting them here. At some point, he has to toss them because we don't have space to store so many signs for so long.
And I understand that, but I think on political signs, because they are expensive, that we should at least owe them the courtesy of, one, informing them before the election what our code is, and so that it's not ambivalent. And 2, I think we owe them the courtesy of calling them and saying, we've gathered your signs, but I wouldn't just throw them away. What if they get elected and we need their help in the future and they say, well, I might think about it twice because they threw all my signs away and it cost me a lot of money. So, I think we should at least do the courtesy of making sure they understand the code, and 2, that we give them a chance to come pick their signs up. It really bothers me when I didn't know till tonight we were throwing them away.
I think they should do us a courtesy of knowing our codes and
That's a
comply.
suggestion,
And,
True, but
we're spending a lot of money having to go and pick up their signs because they can't comply with city code. It is up to them to know the code, stop putting the signs in when they know the code, and stop having us pay our taxpayer money to remove them and throw them in the trash.
Sure, but the problem we had, Kim, is I contacted one of the candidates, said, hey, you can't have your signs up there. And he said, but we talked to the code enforcer and he said we could. So that's what I'm saying, is we need to be careful that we're not ambivalent.
Well, no, and I think
Yeah.
I think that one candidate, we try to reach out. And I noticed that one candidate, they had signs by the code enforcer, I think, so they had saved some of that. All of us went through an election, majority of us.
Right.
So we recognize the sign. Just so you're aware, all of us have a meeting. When you run, you have a meeting that they come and say, hey, you can't put signs here, you can.
I know.
But this is a different election we're going through because
Congressional.
Yeah, it's with all the different things with the state and some federal, but they just kind of, I mean, it's hard because I noticed that we picked up all one and then also saw a new candidate come and put them right where we just picked them all up. You go, man, it is a sign more. So anyway.
But it's interesting because Mrs. Miller knew what the sign rules were when she was talking about her parade of home signs.
Yeah.
You know.
Rob, can you please remind us if this ordinance does or does not violate the First Amendment?
Does not.
Thank you.
So there's clear United States Supreme Court precedent that says a municipal ordinance that restricts the placing of political signs on private property is blatantly unconstitutional. But the United States Supreme Court has also held that restricting signs on public property in order to avoid visual blight, avoid that competition and all of those pollution and litter and things is also constitutional. So it is constitutional to restrict it on public property as it leaves open alternative avenues for communication, mainly private property. And I've actually talked with a candidate and I explained, actually a lot of these theme walls along corridors are private fences. Go talk to the property owner who backs onto that and ask for permission to hang it on their fence. Don't put it on the city's parkway detail because we'll rip it out, but put it on the back of the fence. And that's a great way of communicating your sign and walk through different areas of the city where those are all private areas for them to talk to the property owner and have their message sent out that way.
To piggyback on the First Amendment question, just to make sure that I correctly understood something you said earlier, Rob, we are not selectively removing political signs from public property. We are removing all signs from public property, correct?
We are removing all signs from public property with the caveat of we have one person who is doing it and we have 5 square miles of city and I don't know how many areas that we're trying to enforce. So it may look selective in the sense of someone only had so much time and so many areas that they could cover in a day. It is not meant to be content-based. It's supposed to be any signs in this area, we'll try to rip them out.
So let me ask you, Rob, let's assume a city council member or mayor or staff sees a sign. Can we go and take it off the city property or does it have to be a specific designated individual?
So the city mayor is actually charged with enforcement of city code.
Oh, I'm supposed to be, yes, I know what I'm doing tonight. I know
You
what I'm
can
doing
delegate
tonight.
When he said we had one guy to do it, guess what, Kurt?
That was my question.
And the mayor is allowed to enlist members of the community to also enforce code under
Oh.
Utah state law, which could include council members.
Okay,
and others.
council, raise your hand. You're all now deputized to remove signs.
Kim, just put Briggs on it. If you put Briggs on it, it'll be
Brianna,
done,
can you
Kim.
raise your hand? Brianna Hughes, you're now deputized to go remove signs. Hey, is that official enough, Rob? We'll see if we can
I'll remove
deputize
them.
some others, it sounds like.
So let me ask one more question. So Rob, the fence around the American Fork Irrigation Company, is that city property or is it the American Fork Irrigation Company?
I believe that should be a American Fork Irrigation Company's fence.
Right.
So
So
they
they,
would have to go
had
talk-
those removed because there were a lot of signs there.
So there's places like UDOT, for example, they own, state roads. They don't allow signs on their property, but they also don't patrol because they have a lot of state roads. And they don't mind if we go and do that on their behalf. So sometimes we'll have things like that. Well, we know UDOT doesn't allow it. We know the county doesn't allow it. Generally, the advice I've given to our code compliance officers, if it's on a private fence, you can work with the assumption that they have gotten the property owner's permission. We don't have time to call every person. So if it's on a private fence, we assume the owner, so AF Irrigation or anyone else, has authorized it. And if not, they can rip it off themselves. A private property will take a sign off of their property. So generally the guidance is if it's on a fence that's private, leave it. If it's on city property or, we know it's the UDOT property, so the parkway detail that's next to North County Boulevard, for example, that's part of its UDOT right-of-way, but they also like us to enforce the sign removal for that. But for the AF Irrigation ditch, that's private property, so if the AF Irrigation ditch asks us, we may, help them with that as we're going about. I
Well,
don't
they're
know,
all
we'd-
gone as of today, so I was just curious if we asked them.
I haven't been involved with that.
Okay, and so the other
communication.
question I have about the Murdoch Canal. Is that owned by the county? I mean, the fences along the Murdoch Canal enclosure, the
River,
trail, is that owned by the city or the county?
County. Well, that's a good question. There's a lot of ownership interests in Murdoch Canal
Right.
areas. generally, the fences, I believe, are still all private fences along the Murdoch Canal. Usually it's the residence owner. So if signs are there, I will have another conversation, say, no. Again, if those fences are private, you can leave them up and have, with the assumption that they've talked to the private property owner, or if the private property owner doesn't like the sign, they will remove it themselves.
Okay.
There's always a lot of question about the baseball diamond at 10,400 and 6,000 West. That is not a city park. That is owned by the LDS Church. And so if any signage there would be up for them to enforce, which in the past they had been pretty active enforcing it. Those are a lot
Right.
of signs going there, but
I had a sign
I get
there
a lot
that
of
made
calls
me
and I go,
go,
that's not a city park.
Although, even though it is a private fence, we also have require about the site triangle.
Correct.
Yes, so we might remove something from, if there are chain link fences along ditches or those areas, if they still are blocking the side triangle, we would be authorized to remove that, as that's just blocking the ability of drivers to see.
As you can see, this is a,
But just an encouragement to anyone who may be taking down signs is please be absolutely sure that we're taking them down off of public property.
okay. Is there other public comment? Those who would like to come up and address the city council on some other items?
My name is April Slade. I live at 10324 North Mountain Ridge Way. I am here, well, we know what I'm here about. I've talked to several of you. And I was trying to think how I was going to introduce this, and I was thinking about an interaction I had with one of the council members who actually asked me what I needed to do to kind of solve my concerns. And I need to put my notes here. I said, just on something specifically, and I gave him an answer, and it was I started thinking about perspective. Sorry, I'm going to kind of start back up a little bit. When I started looking at this, and I was asked that question, I started thinking about, well, I only have my viewpoint, and I need to step back and understand more about the situation. And so I started doing that. I've learned the history of the park. I've learned all the last 4 mayors. I've learned about impact fees. I've learned about, I came today to talk to the guy about, is it Jay? It was you about the park. He wasn't here today, but anyway, trying to understand the bigger picture. And it's really interesting because when I was asked that question about what would solve my concerns, I felt my answer, when I woke up the next morning after thinking about it, I felt my answer that I gave him at the moment was very, very short-sighted and maybe really knee-jerk. I said, I think I can answer that question better now that I've paused, let it process, better understood my feelings and what has affected me, and also gotten a new perspective as I have visited a few more homes that have completely different viewpoints, both situationally due to their home's location on the park and personally as owners with different thoughts and feelings. And and every single time I talk to somebody, I get a different perspective. And my view of it grows and my answers become better. And in lieu of that, I listened to the last meeting, and I just want you to know that we heard you. We actually, in the last hour, have gotten 75 signatures. Instead of having 75 people come up and take 3 minutes each, we heard that it isn't respectful of us to take your time like that. And in lieu of that, we have put together a document that has all of our concerns on it, and we've passed it around and gotten signatures. So in order to show you respect, we've done that. And I would just ask permission to approach and give it to you, and you can hand it out.
I'll be aware this will become part of the public record.
Yes, public record.
Okay.
Yes, absolutely. And we have one printout with signatures on it, and then I got another one with a few more, and I think it's still growing right now. So this is not even complete. It's just
Thank you.
nothing else to say. Okay. Thank you for listening. Thank you.
Oh, you had to do a lot of work for that. Okay. Thank you.
Good evening. Brad Weber. I live on Mountain Ridge Way next to the park, Mountain Ridge Park. And I live, the location of the proposed Extreme Ninja course is right next to my property. So I appreciate several of you have been to my home, including some city staff, and it's your time and attention has been very much appreciated. Over the past 2 weeks, I've spent a considerable amount of time listening to many hours of city council meetings and and planning commission meetings, specifically about issues that impact residents. And I want the city council to know that I've learned something. I learned that this body is very deliberate and considerate about potential effects on neighboring property owners when you're considering certain decisions. And frankly, I want you to know I was surprised by this. That being said, I think when considering our request to pause adding amenities to Mountain Ridge Park, our feeling is that our legitimate concerns are being minimized over a generalized notion of public good to provide an activity for older teenagers and young adults. From all my research, the city has not presented empirical data to support it, but here you have real people, real families that are coming to this meeting and signing a proposal for you to pause and collect more data. These decisions have real impact on our families. Several of you from council and the city staff have said empathetic and understanding things to us privately, and I understand why you may not want to voice those things here on the record in these meetings, but in any event, I want you to know that many of us do not feel heard, our concerns are minimized, and this is very disappointing. To include in the record tonight for your discussion on item 5A, on the communication item, I've prepared a packet for you, and I want this to, Mayor, before you ask, I want this as part of the record. It will show you every park in Highland as listed on the city website. The packet also shows whether the general plan, as amended, whether it identifies the park, irregardless of whether it's a mini park, neighborhood park, or athletic complex. And you'll also see that none of these parks have playgrounds or other amenities that are near neighboring residents. The proposed ninja course goes against this precedent. Also, regarding a stage, I don't see any support for a permanent stage in the general plan. So for your discussion tonight about stage 2 amenities of the park, I'll refer you to this packet. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I'm Mackenzie Weber. I first want to thank you for your efforts, like many of us have, for enforcing the curfew for Mountain Ridge. Second, I want to thank many of you who have taken time to meet with me and my neighbors and coming to our homes and seeing the impact of the park from our perspective. I hope all of you will come and you're all invited. My family and I moved to Highland because the rural feel and the city takes pride in preserving its natural form and keeping wide open spaces and beautiful natural parks. This park seems to have been designed and programmed without the general plan in mind. I'm beyond disappointed every time I look out my window and hear the loud volume of noise at the park, and it is not the Highland that we all know and love. I'm also here to give you the latest noise levels because we told you we would update you with those each meeting, measured from our property. And just a reminder, these levels we are reading are with current park amenities with plans to add more amenities significantly closer to homes, so we can assume that these readings will go up significantly, especially because you plan to add equipment intended to attract teens and young adults, which you are aware have been the loudest and the hardest to get out of the park at night. An update on police, we called the police 6 nights in the last 2 weeks. We probably could have called every night, but we are hoping you are gathering data from the motion sensors and cameras and evaluating the effectiveness of that piece of equipment and the policies, or having it being the police of that area. And like all my neighbors, I want to encourage the city council to pause on the park. I watched a recent community council, I'm trying to think. Anyway, a meeting where Mayor Osler asked a great question. How do we make sure that there's integrity? Oh, the whole meeting was about the new general plan that they're doing. And he asked a good question of how do we make sure there's integrity in the questions we ask? So we don't ask questions that are target or pigeonholing people into a certain answer. And I don't know what research you've done on the stage or the ninja course, but in my research, I feel like I have seen one survey that was done and it seemed to target or pigeonhole a ninja park as the wanted answer. The questionnaire, anyway. Let's see. When asked what recreational elements were wanted in the park, the Ninja course was not listed. But in follow-up questions, what playground elements would you like at the park? The course was mentioned, and it was listed with typical playground equipment like slides, swings, and spinning equipment. It seems strange that the Ninja course, that I want to remind residents who are following this, will cost $355,000. Why the Ninja course was not a typical playground equipment designed for kids, why it wasn't listed with splash pads, swings, basketball courts, and soccer fields. And I'll give you these.
Thank you. Is there anyone else like to come and address the council? Okay, seeing none, we'll now close our part of the unscheduled public appearances, and we'll move on to item number 2. We have actually 3 consent items. I believe there's going to be one that will be polled. We have consent item number 2A, which is approval of the meeting minutes from May 7th, 2024. Item number 2B, I understand prior that we're planning to poll that one. Is that
I would like to pull 2B, please.
okay? And then item number 2C, which is personnel policy of the FMLA updates. Are any of those other 2 items needing to be discussed before we vote on them?
I have I distributed this to everybody and sent email ahead of time. Just 2 corrections to the May 7th minutes. Amy Jones's name is misspelled in the others present, and would like to correct that. And in Mackenzie Weber's comments, it is printed as children are now aware of how disruptive their behavior is, and that should read are not aware of how disruptive their behavior is. And if everyone's okay with it, then I move that we adopt the consent agenda with those changes.
Well, what about, but not the
It's 3A and
2A,
3C.
2A and 2C? Right?
2B is no longer on the consent agenda because it was pulled, right?
It's still there. We need to pull.
We have to pull it.
So I need a motion to pull number 2B.
Okay. When I've used a consent agenda in the past, the rule has been that on any single person's request that something gets pulled.
It can't. So just vote on 2A and 2C. So your motion would be on that.
I'll second
So moved.
Well, okay.
approving consent items 2A and 2C.
Okay, you're second, but I don't have do we have a motion?
I
on-
thought you made the motion.
No, I think.
I move that the city council approve item 2A with the amendments discussed and item 2C.
I'll second it.
Okay, motion by Doug, second by Scott. Any further questions? If not, we'll go ahead and go to vote on those 2 items. Okay, those passes 5-0. Doug, you pulled item number 2B, if you'd like to discuss that.
Just briefly, that when the short-term rental ordinance was initially approved, there was a minimum duration of 2 days, with the exception of owner-occupied rentals. Subsequently, in 2021, there was an amendment made to require all short-term rentals to be owner-occupied, but rather than striking 524040, simply the with the exception of owner-occupied was removed. And at that point, we went from a minimum 1-day rental for an owner-occupied to a minimum of 2-day. I believe that was just an oversight on the part of council. Looking through minutes, I don't see anything that suggests that that was intended in November of 2021. And so I would like to strike the municipal code 5.24.040 and bring us back to where things were starting in 2019 when the ordinance was initially adopted.
Just to be okay, so in 2019, I just want to, it did not say it had to be owner occupied, it was just 2 consecutive days?
In 2019, they were, short-term rentals were not required to be owner-occupied. And the minimum duration said that the minimum duration is 2 days unless it is owner-occupied. So for owner-occupied, there was no minimum duration in 2019.
If it's okay, Scott, I know this was quite a conversation at that time was about short-term rentals.
Well, you know, the problem we had, and the reason this all came about, is there was just a short-term rental that had a property manager, and they were bussing in people and partying all night, destroying the neighborhood. So, I support these changes, because what we're basically saying is short-term rentals, you need to have the owner there. If they want to rent part of their house, that's fine, but they need to be there. And so I support your changes. I think that's, so the 2-day thing kind of came about because we didn't require owner occupancy.
And I always understood, I was on the council at the time, that we did have the 2 days and it had to be owner occupied even though it was 2 days. So I was aware.
See,
of
it's
what-
unclear.
Yeah, so that's, council, we just need to give, as we now approve now item number 2B, what is it you'd like to have? Is it just owner occupied, then it's okay even one night, or what's your?
I remember this discussion, and it was my understanding also that it still had to be 2 days owner occupied.
Is that what we'd like to keep it as? So, and that's what I understood, it was 2 days with owner occupied too, but I just,
But do we need to have, I guess Doug's question is do you still need to have the 2-day limitation? Could
That's
you
up to the
just do a
council.
single day as long as it's owner occupied? Isn't that your question? Is that what I understand?
Yes. Yeah,
Yeah.
that it looked to me like in 2021, there was simply an oversight that bumped it up to a 2-day requirement for owner-occupied rentals. And so I would just like to correct what looks to me like an oversight.
is this, now, there was also another discussion we were having, can't remember if I can't always remember if it was offline or if it was during council, where it was having an owner that maybe is on a vacation, so we're saying it's owner occupied. Does this, Rob, will this take that the owner has to be physically present during the rental?
So yes, the proposed amendment that's already on the consent agenda is to require the owner to be physically present in the residence whenever they're doing short-term rentals. What Councilmember Courtney is also suggesting is, in addition to that, so now owner occupancy means full-time residence and physical residence there when you're doing short-term rentals. In addition to that, removing the 2-night restriction.
Council, what's your feeling on that? Then we can have a motion.
What is the, Doug, what is the reason that you would prefer to not have that 2-night restriction?
Three main reasons. The first one is, my understanding is that the initial reason for the 2 nights was simply to avoid the renting a place to have a large, loud party. And the thinking at the time was that if the owner were there, then that would either be prevented or immediately remedied by the owner. And so it wasn't necessary to have the 2-day in order to avoid that problem. Second of all, that it does simply look like an oversight to me, and I would like to correct an oversight. And the third one is that from talking to people, my understanding is that the market has changed somewhat, and that 1-day rentals are becoming a larger percentage of the market than they have been in the past.
So then is that something that we want to encourage, I guess?
Well, it's interesting, councils, a lot of you guys have a lot of you've had these in your neighborhood. You know, I've heard from, Doug, you have one, I think, a couple doors down. Scott, you've had one in your neighborhood. Kim, you brought up. What's your feeling between the 2-day and the 1-day? I have not, as far as, well, actually, I should say, I do have one also in my neighborhood. They've always, when I'm aware, they've always been owner occupied. I've actually had movie studios come and take over a property for, doing movies.
Is that your yard?
No, it's my neighbor. It's just a couple doors down. I know we have some that we hear from England, happen to be raised in England, and they like the English home. And so when they wanted to come and do some shots of an English home, they'd come in and take a shot of an English home. So, anyway, what's the feelings on the 1 versus 2 owner occupied?
I believe that I have a hard time, anytime we restrict things, we have to have a reason for it. And it appears that the reason that we had the 2-day restriction has been nullified by the fact that we now require owner occupied. So my question is, why would we restrict it to just 2 days? Why not 1 day? If the reason we went to 2 days has been nullified.
The reason I believe our discussion several years ago was we believed that we had a lot of people that were doing one-night parties. They would, if it be, they'd come in for a one night and they were a little louder because they're trying to party heavier. I have a recreational property and they've kind of restricted any of the Airbnbs because when they come up there, they bring their ATVs or things and they just rip up the roads where the owners take more care. And I'm not saying, I think at the time we were thinking that a 2-day rental would be, that they'd be not as coming in for a heavy use for one night. If they're coming for one night. Now, occasionally, I know there might be people coming into town, they're there one night and going. It's just up to the council. I think it's personal.
But I think the understanding is the following. If it's owner occupied and there's a problem, and you get hold of the owner. But the case we had in my neighborhood is the owners lived in Idaho. They had a property manager and it became the county or state party house. They bust people in. I mean, it was kind of crazy. That's why this ordinance came to be. Let me ask one other question, though, Rob. In the ordinance, we talk about if it's a company and owns the home, right?
Yeah.
How is it owner occupied then?
So I clarified this a little bit because it's more as people become a little more, sometimes more sophisticated or want to do a little bit type of ownership. Someone might put their home into a trust or put it into an LLC. Sometimes it's for liability reasons, sometimes it's for wealth management or probate type reasons. So someone, and we have several of them in Highland, where it's owned by someone. It's either in a trust name or it's in the name of an LLC. But the owner of the LLC, it's just them, that's the LLC. But they also own the LLC and the LLC owns the home. So in that case, I was suggesting expanding it to say, if you own the LLC and you're living in the home, we'll count that as owner occupied. You're still there for it. But they'd have to prove that they actually are the owner of the LLC. We don't have to allow that, but then you're restricting it to someone who we currently have in the ordinance for trust. A lot of people put their property into trust to avoid probate issues in the future. But a trust isn't a person, it's a legal entity. So we said if you're the trustee of the trust, that still counts as being owner occupied, because we assume you owned it, you deeded it to a trust, but it's still your property, you're still living.
So how would we, so there are some, okay, let's assume you wanted to do an Airbnb. They could buy it with the LLC. And how, is there ways that they could get around by giving a gift of a 1% ownership for the night they stay there, that they're buying 1%, but it's relinquished upon removing the property?
When they go to apply for the short-term rental, they have to get a business license from the city.
Okay.
And so we would check, we'd usually check and say, all right, who is applying for this? Are they shown as the owner of the property on the county tax record? If they're not, if it shows an LLC, we'll say, show us that you are the
LLC
owner
documents.
of the LLC. They could theoretically do something like that, but that would be very cumbersome for a very short time because each home has to get a business license to operate as a short-term rental.
The reason, when Kim and myself, we went out a couple, and Jay, if you remember, we went knocking doors. We had the Provo River Murdoch Canal issue where we sold some property we didn't own. We ran into one that was an LLC, and we're going, hey, how do we resolve this one? It was like, we weren't talking with the physical owner. But it was a family member. I mean, so we were running into them as we went and knocked
Yes.
doors to try to understand and inform.
So we don't have to allow this. It just means that if you put your home into an LLC or you create an LLC and you deed your home to that LLC, you can't also operate as a short-term rental, which is a reasonable choice that the council could make.
Just a quick question. How do we enforce any of this?
Don't say the mayor.
It's a very good question. The primary means that you would think of enforcing it, which is going on VRBO or Airbnb and seeing what properties are listed in Highland and then going knocking on the door. By state law, we're not allowed to do that. So we have to get typically a complaint. Then we have to go monitor it and actually see that they have people coming in that aren't the same residents. Usually it just comes up because a short-term rental becomes a nuisance to the neighbors.
So it's complaint driven.
Still complaint driven, and then we have to go collect some additional information about it.
Rob, don't they have to, if you have a VRBO or an Airbnb, don't you have to report, isn't there like a transient room tax or something that you have to report to the state?
You do, which is why we require them to get a business license.
So does the state report that down to the city, and do we cross-check to see who is paying that transient room tax to see if they have a business license?
I don't know if the state reports each entity. They report overall and return the sales taxes to us. But oftentimes the state won't issue a transient license till they say, have you been licensed by the municipality for this? And so they'll then talk to us and get a business license. I think the state, I'd have to double check. I don't think the state will allow them to do it without a local business license.
So there's not an enforcement mechanism that we can use on our end to see if they're paying that.
I don't believe we can. I don't think we can access the state tax records to see what's being operating that way.
Just so we know, it's 8:03, and Ron Campbell had to leave because of a family situation, so just on the notes, so we know there's a discussion.
I was just going to chime in. I know we get detailed information for general sales and use tax, but I'm not sure if we get it for transient room. So
We can check
into
Because
that.
I know the cells, you can, you know. it's
Yeah, we
very-
get files
it's
that
guarded
show
information.
every
It does show
outlet
each
and-
entity,
Yep.
you get sales tax.
So I'll check our files and see if we do get transient room.
Yeah, it'd be good to know because this is becoming more and more popular, I think.
It is.
In many ways, especially if we get like the Olympics or other venues and stuff. So it'd be nice to know if we are getting business licenses and trying to enforce
So,
things.
so let's come back. So Rob, is there any, I mean, is there questions the council has to be able to move forward with item number 2B? That either have it be 1 or 2 nights? Do we need to put any restrictions on if it's an LLC? It has to be in the owner's name, or can it be an LLC? Are you guys prepared to vote on this tonight?
I'm prepared to make a motion if we're ready for it.
Okay, let's go ahead and get a motion. Look at that.
I move that the city council adopt and approve the proposed amendments to municipal code 5.24.020 and that strike out municipal code 5.24.040 and direct staff to communicate these changes to all of our short-term rental businesses in the city.
I'll second it.
Okay. Motion by Doug, second by Scott. What you initially did, once again, is just take out, it just is owner occupied, and it's not the two-night restriction, correct?
Yeah, the first, the three things that were in the motion, the first one is what is the recommendation in the agenda packet. The second is removing the minimum duration. And the third is directing staff to communicate these changes to all of our short-term rental businesses.
Those who have that, okay. I have a second on that. Is there any further discussion? Okay, if not, we'll go to vote. Go ahead and, that passes 4-0. Okay, we'll now move on to item number 3A, which is reimbursement agreement for Millhaven Development. This is for the pressure reducing valve and Canterbury Trail connection. And that will be Andy.
Mayor and Council, appreciate being before you today. Just looking back a little bit, how would we get to where we are? The council approved the active transportation plan, which includes the Foxwood Estates Trail Extension to Murdoch Canal through the parcels that the city owns. And then the water master plan of the city includes the placement of these PRVs. PRVs standing for pressure reducing valve. So what we're trying to do with these PRVs is we are trying to create a new pressure zone in the lowest portion of the city. And so by doing so, we're going to make that system, number one, a lot less prone to leaks because we'll reduce the pressure. Also, we'll make it a lot safer for both our firefighters who are connecting to fire hydrants, and then also for any type of residents that have pressure reducing valves or other equipment that connects to the system, because there'll be less pressure on both the city system and the resident systems. So our water master plan includes placing 4 of these. Coincidentally, we're going to look at 2 tonight, one with this item and one with the item on the 6000 West Pump Station. It just so happens that this subdivision went in, and this is where one was supposed to go in, and 6000 West is where the other one was supposed to go in. And since we were looking at the road reconstruction there, we thought, well, it seems senseless to let these go in and, not just put it while we're doing it rather than come back and tear up the road. Can we go to the next slide? There is one expense that's yet to come from Millhaven, and that is that the city has had to pay for the design for the offsite sources. This is a rather minor expense in terms of the collective expenses, but we just didn't have it ready, but we wanted to get Millhaven assurance that if they moved forward with in constructing the PRV, they're out there building utilities, that they would be reimbursed. And then also, while we were doing it, we wanted to pick up the trail, get as much as we could in this reimbursement agreement. And I just wanted the council to be aware. The invoice for the design will be something that will be under the level that the council would see, but there is an expense that's also associated for the design that we'll also pay. So with that, just a reminder of what the trail is. The trail is what's shown in red on the left. That's through the 20-foot corridor that the city owns, and a number of the residents today spoke relative to the fencing on that corridor. And then the PRV is just right where, just above where the subdivision connects to Avery there. So that's where the facilities are. We would recommend your approval of that, and happy to answer any questions you have. Next slide.
So, Andy, will you explain exactly what a pressure release valve is and why it's important on that culinary water system? Why we need 4 of those throughout the city now?
Sure. So this has been something that the city has been supposed to do for a long, long time. And basically, if you look at the lowest portions of the city, because the pressure increases with elevation, right? The difference between the tanks and the user. And so if you look down kind of our southernmost users, we've got waterline pressures that are about 180 PSI in our highest users. And so that's a lot more pressure and a lot more force than we want both those homes and our facilities to have to withstand. So the reason why we have to do 4 is because we have to put them on 4 critical locations through the city on the main lines to then be able to drop the pressure for that southernmost portion of the city. And so we're going to take about 40 to 50 PSI off that, so that those southernmost homes will be a little more like in the 130 PSI range. Most people that are having those high pressures have a PRV on their home anyway, and so they're dialing down the pressure. So the users probably for the most part won't even know that we've made the change because they're already dialing those pressures down at their home. But for the system, for the pressure on the water lines, it's a far safer situation, and also for the firemen that connect to the fire hydrants, et cetera. So we have to go through the city and basically put them on specific locations that then will dampen the pressure below those.
So just a follow-up question, and I'm not an engineer, but it seems like if you put in these big pressure relief valves, and you just said that many homeowners probably have a personal one, wouldn't that then decrease their water pressure significantly so they'd have to adjust it back up?
No, it'll just they're because they're probably dialing down their pressure to
so it
say
just
like
kinda
80 PSI. It'll just be less force on the
On their-
upstream side of theirs. And if they do notice any difference, they can adjust theirs, but we don't think that any of them will even adjust it because it'll just be less reduction through their personal pressure reducing valves on their individual homes.
So when these get installed, are we going to notify people just in case they have to adjust things?
Yeah, when we're totally up to speed, yes. I mean, initially with these 2, it will make a slight difference, but it won't make
Until
all
all
the difference
4 in.
because the pressure will still be high on the other lines, if you will, and compensate for that. And we mentioned at the outset of the meeting that we had a recent grant submittal. That grant submittal is hoping to pay for these, but either way, we feel like we need to go forward with these because the time is ripe, so to speak. You don't want to come back and tear up the streets, that when you could put them just in and then pave over the streets and have it all new and nice.
So Andy, this is the Horseshoe subdivision, Canterbury North, Canterbury South, that Victor Views well, when Scott mentions, will these residents, do all the homes, is it a common practice to have these pressure reducers on the home, or will there be some that will notice their water pressure go down and
the newer building code, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, I
No, but
apologize.
go ahead.
The new building codes and any of the new homes are required to
Now,
have
at what
PRV.
stage, when you're saying new, I mean, are you talking 5 years, 10, 3?
Anything that's, I don't know the exact time that they started being required, but anything that's newer than 20 years or so is gonna have a PRV in the house already. You know, that's a rough approximation, but some of the ones that might notice it would be the really older homes. Like I said, you know,
Will it just be
ultimately-
this area or anyone in this general area will start, I mean, is it the homes that are, if you want to say, south of the connection and everything?
Anything
north?
south of the connection, there is you know, there's, I didn't put it in the exhibit, I should have, that I've got a little map that shows what a new pressure zone would be, but essentially it's the southwest portion of the city. You know, that's where we start to get lower and lower and lower, and you know, so, but yes, the homes below there, if they don't have a PRV, would notice the change, but again, even where we're putting the PRVs, we're probably in the neighborhood of 120 to 130 PSI right now. So if we take 40 PSI off, we'll be still at 80 PSI for them, which is a very ample pressure for your home. And so we're not going to take it to where, you know, suddenly you can't shower in your upper stairs, your upper story or anything. But that's the hard thing with water pressures and water pressure zones is you do have to kind of, it's a very broad brush approach. I mean, you go across the city and say, okay, this area is going to be in our high pressure zone. This is going to be in our medium pressure. This is going to be in the low pressure. And you can't really pick and choose to the individual homes. You just kind of have to do the best you can with the elevations and the system and the pressure. But like I said, we feel that this is a necessary thing for the safety of the city. It also helps with your water losses because you tend to have more leaking at the pipe joints, et cetera, with the higher pressures over time.
Would I be correct in thinking that if homes do not have their own PRVs, then the primary thing they're going to notice when we do this is that they're not going to have to replace the guts of their toilets every 6 months?
Yeah, it will help with any of your fixtures that have any type of washer, if you will, or seal. Yes, it will help because it's less pressure, it's less wear and tear on those devices. So most people that have a PRV in their home, you know, they'll dial that down to about 80 PSI anyway. You know, and that's where most of your interior fixtures are usually anticipated to run is below 80. So,
Well, I just think the important thing is that we notify people because the Highland Water Company, before it was absorbed by the city, did something like this on my meter. And I had, you know, and they said, oh, no problem. And I had to hire a plumber because I had no pressure afterwards. So I just think we need to let people know there may be a problem, hopefully not.
yeah, and we're happy to notify the citizens. That's not a problem at all, you know, in that regard.
I think that'd be really important specifically in this area. I mean, some of these homes will just be coming on 20 years of age, that this would be really important for them to know that there was a change, so that for them just, some of it is so they are aware that there's something they can do to maybe help their pressure, you know, if they've noticed it went down, because some might not even know they have it on there, and also they've noticed the pressure. They don't know they can go turn it up.
Right.
I think that's some of the, I mean, as one that was one of the first on our secondary pressurized irrigation system, I put 7 sprinkler heads in, and as everyone started getting connected up, I did not have the pressure in the PI system, and I was at the end and going, okay, and I've had to go redesign, you know, couldn't do, it's just water is important, all of us, we all know.
Yeah,
that. So,
yeah,
any other
very-
questions on this, council? Okay.
You got one.
I move that the city council approve the reimbursement contract with Mill Heavy Development LLC in an amount up to a total cost of $106,343 and authorize the mayor to sign the agreement.
I'll second it.
I have a motion by Doug, second by Scott. There's no other discussion, we'll go ahead and move to.
Can I just make a comment, because we're approving the trail connection, and I do think, and we're going to talk about fences and try to mitigate the issues here. But I will say, my experience has been when Millhaven does things, they do it high quality. And whoever they contract with, so I think it's Skip Dunn's group, is that correct? So-
That's, you said about Millhaven, the question is what?
Well, no, I just, there's a lot of concern from the residents with the trail going behind their homes. We're going to address the fence issue, but at the same time, I think it's reassuring that we have a long history with Millhaven and also with Skip Dunn in that group, and they've always done high quality for us. So.
What your state, yes. Usually, I think they've been pretty good. If there's issues, they've tried to address it and take care of it. What we've noticed is they've done several developments in Highland. So, okay, with that, that passes 4-0. We'll now move on to action item number B, which is award of the park maintenance building. That's also you, Andy.
Mayor and Council, this item has been long awaited, and we have talked about it a lot over the last while. You'll recall the council took quite an extensive time and debated both on the location of the parks building and also on the architectural styling. And then we also had monies in the FY24 budget. When we did our mid-year budget adjustments, it was evident that we weren't going to get the money spent in this year, and so we kept a little bit of money so we could start this year. At this point, by the time they break ground, we might spend a little bit of money this year, but not much, but we'll hit the ground running so that we can use this next year. So just a reminder of the rendering. This is on the north end of the community center, and this is one of the color renderings of what it looks like. Kind of has a little bit of a fire station appearance to me. The intent was to match the coloring for the stucco and the brick to the existing community center so that the two blend nicely together. And this is the full, complete project with all the fencing, with all the accoutrements. So we'll go to the site plan if we can. And just a reminder, the building is located on the north side of the community center. While we are doing the construction, we are still going to place the little staircase down to that kitchen that's in the basement of the community center. The reason is because if we don't do it now, we'll never do it. And if you look at the viability and functionality of this site, it just makes sense to have those two buildings easily linked, kind of come out the back door of the Parks building, run down to the basement of the community center. That being said, we have no intention on the park side of things to use the community center other than incidental, and we're not trying to use that for anything. This building is self-contained. It has a break room. It has all the things that we were going to use the community center for. This also does provide, as the council knows, a number of parking stalls that will be used at peak season by our daily employees, but then in off-peak season and in the evenings will be available for the community center to overflow when we pave parking. It does include a new access out onto 74. That is a right in and right out. And we have one item that will come to the council to consider in the near future. It's an item that I haven't yet had a chance to get before you, but it's kind of been discussed with Mr. Copier in concept. Chad Copier on the north side, he and his wife have kind of a large berm that's kind of could potentially obstruct sight as the trucks leave here and try to see to make that right turn. We've worked with Chad, and he's willing to allow for the trimming of that berm enough to ensure that the trucks can see. In return, what he has asked for is access to the drive, and that's the little drive aisle that's shown on the north. And in concept, we've said we'll bring this to the council to consider. You'll still have an opportunity to make a choice there, a yes or a no choice. What we've told Chad is that the only thing that the city would consider would be a license agreement that was directly with he and his wife. And at the point that either of them, or either or both, I guess, if there was a survivor condition, but didn't own the home anymore, that access would no longer be valid. Their desire is not to use it for daily access. They just have a big trailer, and they'd like to be able to pull out that direction, kind of pull through idea. Seemed to be a good meet in the middle solution for us to be able to ensure that our trucks can see, and they'll maintain the sight triangle. But that's something that is a different discussion for a coming day. I just want to give you a little prep so you guys can think about that. If that's something you're not comfortable with, we can still operate without it, but I do like the idea of clearing that berm a little bit so that trucks can see. So that's something for another time. Can we go to the next page? So the building has 4 large garage bays, has a large break room, has 6 bathrooms. All of our seasonals will be super excited about the number of bathrooms because there won't be a lineup at break time. Now, once there might be a lineup, but less of a lineup, we'll say it that way. And then it does have an upper mezzanine on the east side, wherein we have some lockers and mostly storage. There is a mezzanine contemplated possibly on the west side. That's one of the bid alternates that we did. And it's for only a portion of that western bay, but one of the biggest problems we have with parks is we have so much seasonality to it, we have a lot of storage. And so the mezzanine areas give us the opportunity to have storage without eating floor space, if you will, for the trucks and the comings and goings. And so as we look at our bid alternates on the next page, okay, so sorry, these are my discussion items. I'll just go in order. I wanted to give the plans to just kind of have an advance. So our suggested award, even though we've saved all the pennies we can, we're still going to have to use some projected general fund balance or general fund surplus in 25 to get us down to either 34 or 35% in 25. All this money is going to be spent in 25. So we have right now in our quote-unquote bank account, if you will, or however you want to look at it, about $2.1 million that we had to spend. So when we look at the awards tonight and we contemplate these awards, David has looked at this, and if you have questions for him, but we should be able to still finish at 35% next year and award this contract. It just depends on what we want to award for these alternates. We do have a small expense coming from Rocky Mountain Power because we do have to upgrade the power from across the street. So that is an expense that's still pending in the scope of what we're looking at. While it will be an expense, it shouldn't be something that quote unquote breaks the budget. But that's yet to come. We still don't have that figure from Rocky Mountain Power. We've turned in for that, but we don't have that figure. As we look at our alternates, so because we knew that we would be a little bit close on the money, we broke out some things that we could hold on if we had to. There's a fuel building that's in the parking lot that is where we put our big fuel tanks, and we kind of put a little shade over it, keep them dry, and have it not be as ugly. That's about $35,000. We need to have fuel on the site because otherwise the whole point of having it in the middle of the town is kind of negated because you got to run up to the other shop and fill up. If we needed to, we could hold on the trash enclosure. These next two touch on Mountain Ridge Park because you recall we decided since we were going to be building this building, we'd probably get a better price by bidding these to a building contractor. And so we had the building contractor bid for us both the trash enclosure on this site and the trash enclosure at Mountain Ridge Park. Those are about $22,000 each. Obviously, the Mountain Ridge Park budget would pay for the Mountain Ridge items. And then we've got the maintenance building at the park. And I say the maintenance building is more like the storage shed at the park. That's the little 24-foot wide by 30-foot deep, goes on the far northwest corner. That's $117,000. That western mezzanine, if we wanted to award that at this time, is $93,000. And then the bid to replace the community center asphalt is $21,000. We could leave it, but for $21,000, it's an opportunity that we probably won't get again to come through and replace that. And if you've been over there and look at the asphalt of the existing community center, you can still drive on it. It's not muddy, but it's not nice either. It's seen some wear. So of all the alternates that we could wait on, the western mezzanine is probably the easiest one to wait on. And that's why your suggested motions, you've got two suggested motions. One is without the mezzanine and one is with the mezzanine. So this second one is, so the motion for including the mezzanine, and these motions do include the standard contingency percentage. But the motion for including the mezzanine is $2,741,542. The motion without the mezzanine is $2.638798. So you're looking at planning on using about $550,000 if you go with the lower one, excluding the mezzanine, and this is with the contingencies of general fund balance in '25. Now David's looked at it and thinks it will finish about 35% if all things hold on projection. But I want you to understand kind of what you would be authorizing, and basically we'd be committing, unless the council wants to go below 35% next year, we'd be committing all of our extra pennies, so to speak, for '25 to stretch and get the building. Anyway, that's kind of where we're at. Our recommended contractor is Complete Contracting. We do have John Reagan here from Complete Contracting. They do office in Highland, and they are part of the ownership of the building in Highland. So recently, Complete Contracting built the building just kind of north of the tire shop here, just in the town center area, and that's also where they office. And they also built the building that Cubby's and the taco place and Creamworks and everybody's in. So there's a couple of recent buildings right here in Highland that you've had a chance to be, eyewitnesses to, so to speak, to see Complete's work. And so if you have any questions for Complete, they are here.
Mayor,
Councilman
go ahead,
Smith.
Kim.
Oh, sorry.
I know this has been a big, long process. So originally we had this maintenance building at Mountain Ridge Park, right?
Yep.
How much was that going to cost us when we originally had it there?
My understanding is about 1.3 million.
1.3 million. We've now moved it, and we're at 2.7 million.
Yeah, I don't think the 1.3 million was with the contingencies, so apples to apples, you're probably more like, 1.45, but I think the bids came in around 1.3 million when it was.
Is this larger or the same size?
This is a little bit larger. It's a fancier construction, to kind of have this be on the prime corner of Highland, or the what you think of as Highland. We had that discussion. Most people, when they get to the community center, they're, hey, I'm in Highland. That's kind of like a hallmark corner. It is a more expensive construction. It's a little more architecturally ornate than the building was going to be. The building that was going to be built at Mountain Ridge was going to be very nice and very sound, but it was a little more of a warehouse type building. This one's a little more architecturally ornate, but yeah, it's cost of delay. Not dissimilar to the park itself, right? As far as cost of parks and et cetera, with the kind of inflation that we've seen.
Yeah. So I'd just like to segue on that, if that's okay. Are you finished, Kim? Okay. So we've been trying to find a place and build this park maintenance building for 11 years. And we've had a lot of different locations, including on the west side of the Mountain Ridge Park, and which was very opposed by the residents. The council did approve it. It went to appeal. The residents lost the appeal. Then we looked and thought we were trying to be good neighbors and kind of looked at all the different things. So, but as Kim just said, in the end, it's doubled our costs. And so this is kind of one of the arguments I have, and we keep pausing and delaying things, it just makes it more and more expensive. So I support this, but I do have some questions I'd like to ask real quick.
Sure, fire away.
Okay, first of all, the very small 24 by 30 maintenance building that we're putting on the end of the parking lot on the western side of Mountain Ridge,
yeah,
that's just kind of for event storage and a few things like that. We're
yeah.
not.
Yeah, we're not going to have anybody operating out of that building. It's just, it's for the events so they can store there. It's so that we can store kind of incidentals for the park there. We'll probably keep that in the wintertime. We'll keep that snow blower that we bought for the park in there and have it dispatch out of there. But yeah, it's just intended. It's a storage shed.
And it's meant to be attractive, though. How tall
yeah.
is it? How tall is it?
Uh,
It's 25 by 30, but
it's
what's the
about
height?
16 feet tall
16
to the
feet.
peak of the roof. It's very similar in scale and scope to the smaller pavilions. So the small pavilions that are kind of on the outskirts of the playground, that's the closest visual that I have for you. It's gonna, just imagine one of those pavilions filled in with the walls. And this design does mirror our pump house buildings. So it's the same brick, same roof, same look as the pump house buildings.
So it's attractive. It can also act like a little bit of a sound barrier, right?
Yeah.
On the west
yeah.
side.
Yeah,
So
it would
t-
act as a little bit of a sound barrier on that parking lot area up there at the front.
So tell me about the money for the trash enclosures, because we're talking about one at the new park maintenance, the big park maintenance building, but a smaller one.
Yeah,
at
so
the Mountain Ridge Park. What
so-
what are we spending our money on?
the bricked enclosures. So they're the bricked enclosures to then put the dumpsters inside of it. Initially, when we planned Mountain Ridge, and things were so tight, we thought, okay, we can run the trash over to Heritage. But as everybody's experienced, and I believe as some of the citizens have noted, we almost can't pick up the trash fast enough there. And so at the end of a big weekend, we just have, bags upon bags. And so we've decided there is a need to have a trash enclosure there and have a dumpster on site at Mountain Ridge. And it's located right over there by the maintenance building, right at the end of the parking lot.
At the parking
so
lot.
that the truck can just drive up to the end and pick it up and back out and leave.
And how tall will this enclosure be?
The sides are 7 feet, if I remember right. They may be 6. I'm sorry. They're somewhere between 6 and 7. So they're just intended to be comparable to fence height.
Will they have a gates in front? So
Yeah, they'll have the gates. They'll have the swing gates on the side. What we do have is we have what's like a doorless entry. If you've ever been to any places that have like doorless bathrooms, and so you walk into the bathroom, but you kind of you see the wall in the back and you have to make a bend. Kind of like if you go to Costco. Costco's the one that comes to mind. They have a doorless bathroom. We have a doorless feature on this with the hope that then the gates stay closed a little bit more so that you can take the trash bags and go through the doorless feature and throw it in the bin, and then, the gates stay closed except for the once a week or twice a week, whatever we need to keep up with it to have it dumped. The whole reason to do the doorless is so that those gates will stay closed, because we want to keep garbage is unsightly, right? And so we'd like to keep the aesthetics of the park high, and so the hope would be to have those gates closed, except for when we got to dump it.
But this is designed to be attractive as well.
Yeah, it'll be brick to match the both either the building in the case of the one at the community center, or it'll match the brick of the building, the little storage building at Mountain Ridge Park.
Where
So
you
it'll
plan
be
to
a
place this?
sorry,
Where in the park you plan to place
At
it?
the end of the parking lot.
right at the end of the parking lot. So
By our park, by this new maintenance building?
by the maintenance building. So
Okay,
you,
I'm just, is it going to smell? I mean, okay, now, here we have
Yep.
residents that have been concerned about the noise. Now are we just putting a smell over there?
yeah, they do, Mayor. I mean, I'm sorry, they do. Garbage smells. I don't have any way to slice it otherwise. Garbage smells. So if we don't want to have it there, that's fine. We can look for another location. That was a location that that works because it's kind of not taking any parking stalls. It's at the end. You can pick it up. But yeah, I mean, your own trash when you take it out and you grab your garbage in the summer, it smells a little bit, and dumpsters smell too.
So how often will you collect the garbage out of it, though?
We're anticipating a couple times a week right now.
So 2 times a week?
We'll adjust as to match the load, right? And so if we're filling it up too fast, we'll pick it up 3 times a week. But we're anticipating right now 2 times a week.
So where else could you possibly put this?
Well, funny you should say, but the other place we entertain putting it, which you could put away from anybody, and the cost doesn't change. They can put it either place. It just takes parking stalls. And if you were going to put it somewhere that you didn't want to be by anybody and you didn't want to smell, you put it right at the corner, kind of by 5600 West, and right up in those parking stalls. You chew up 2 parking stalls by putting it there, but we can put it up there, and that doesn't cause any problems. It just takes 2 parking stalls. That's the other place that you can put it. They work best if you can put them at the end of a drive aisle, right? Or at least off of a drive aisle, so the truck can drive up the drive aisle, grab the trash, back up, and go about its way. So that is the other place. And I know that we're talking about parking and parking being a premium, which is one of the reasons that we looked at the location.
So let me ask you, if the garbage can's on the far northwest side, and you're saying we're not taking parking, why couldn't we convert those to parking and say, hey, we're moving, I mean, does that mean, I'm worried about putting garbage by residents' homes.
Yeah, and that little pullout right now acts like a back-in bay, meaning you kind of, it's only about 10 feet deep, and you swing your tail end of your car as you back out those parking stalls. And the reason why we didn't take any parking stalls over there is because with putting the building in, we are going to stripe out a couple of stalls just so that during events we don't, there aren't cars parked in front of the building. They may still be, but we'll try that. And so the back end portion of that side of it's not needed. That would be a little difficult to fit the 2 stalls over there, but I'm happy to look at it. I mean, it's not that I'm opposed to looking at it, but just off the top of my head, it might be a little tough. So we do have 2 locations. We've already thought of those 2 locations, and we know where the 2 locations would be. And that's the positive to one is it doesn't take the parking stalls. The positive to the other is it moves the smell to where it's farthest away from anybody's homes that still works. And either would be fine for the park operations, right? It's on one end or the other, it's 6s, right? So there's not like an operational, I mean, I guess it's kind of nice to have it next to the maintenance building, but it's really not necessary. We can have that, on the other end of the park. I mean, the other thing you could do, because I hate to hold up a full contract over that trash enclosure. I mean, you could decide, yeah, we want to have a trash enclosure on site and award it, and it really doesn't matter to complete. They're just digging a hole and building a trash enclosure. So whether they put it in this location, or this location, they don't really care. And as we look at some of these things that kind of finish up the park, and talk through some of those things, we can talk through the location. I mean, I think there's still time to study that location, and that the plan and the fact that we're doing it is not reliant upon the specific location. We don't have to decide that tonight. Ultimately, we do, but that's not going to hold up the rest of the construction.
I'm going to express my opinion, and I'm sorry if I'm taking away from other people, but I think having the trash enclosure over on the east side, closer to the school, so that we don't basically have another arrow in the quiver.
Mm-hmm.
And because it can go over there just as well. There's 222 parking spots. I know, I counted them personally. And so I think we gave up a couple parking spots there, especially if we consider doing some maybe parallel parking around 5,600 and different things. I think we can make up for any loss of those parking. So I'd put it on the east side. That's my gut feeling.
Yeah, and we were worried about the smell. That's why we have two locations in mind. We were worried about the parking, we were worried about the smell. So
I'd worry about
this was always
smell.
a discussion we were going to have. Either way, where do we want to put this? And like I said, there's just positive and negatives to both locations. But yeah, we've already looked at where we can put it on the east. We can put it there just fine. It'll work just fine, and it'll be great.
Now, where you put it over at the park maintenance building, is that going to be inside our enclosed gated area, or is it going to be outside of?
It was going to be outside of it on the far northwest, again, just for pickup, because the pickup hours don't always coincide with all the rest of the activities, and then it just makes it available for anything that's going on in the community center. They can also run it out there. It is, again, there is no such thing at least not that I've discovered yet, as a smell-free dumpster enclosure. Never yet been to one, I mean, there's various versions of how smelly it is, but I've never yet been to one that, you know, didn't have a little odor to it.
What would be going, when you're talking at the park maintenance building, what type of garbage is going in? Is it, are we putting grass clippings? What are we putting, I mean,
We
I
don't
understand
bag
the
our.
parks could be, you know,
we
what
don't-
type-
We don't bag our grass. It's just too insurmountable to bag our grass. But, I mean, it would be everything from just the kids' lunches, you know, and it's not all just kids, but, you know, the
No,
lunches.
that's at the
to-
park, but what about the park maintenance building?
That's
at-
what I'm talking about. The park maintenance buildings, everything from just, you know, the boxes and.
The
and-
workers are using, okay.
Yeah, just the stuff from the workers and then whatever comes out of the community center. I mean, right now, the community center just has a, you know, a roll-off garbage like everybody else. And this, you know, if we put the dumpster there, we won't need that. But it'd be, you know, the kind of normal operational things at the, you know, be some, you know, just kind of, I mean, empty oil cans and you know, boxes and whatever else comes out of the parks building, lunches, and then whatever comes out of the community center. It wouldn't be particularly stinky. It wouldn't be like grass, like you say, bags of grass or anything that way. But it would be, you know, still trash, which, like I said, doesn't smell good.
That being said, those are large lots there. It's not really particularly any near homes.
No,
I mean, it's near
those are all-
backyards,
There are
but
larger lots there that back up versus.
Yeah.
Scott,
No.
I think you still had more questions.
I had one more question. So, Andy, sell me on the western mezzanine in the large park maintenance building. What are the pros? What are the cons?
So the pros are when we build it with the building, it's always cheaper, right? Always cheaper. And ultimately, it's a way to maximize the use of the building, right? And so we have a lot of parks equipment and storage that just occupies space. And so the mezzanines are a great place to put them because they're above the bays. We can still pull into the bays, and we can still store, you know, like for the summertime, we'll take our snow blowers and we'll drain them of gas and we'll just put them up there, if you will. For the same thing on the reverse in the winter, we'll put a lot of the hand mowing equipment up there. We'll drain it of gas and put it up there. And so it's just a storage platform that helps maximize the use of the building. Ultimately, it's something that we know we can use, but it's another $100,000, right? And so, I mean, we didn't want to be quote unquote greedy and say, oh, we got to have everything now when we knew we were going to stretch. And so are we going to pay more to build it at a later time? Probably, just like we had the intro discussion of things cost more if you wait, but it's also the thing that we could wait on and get by without for a time and add as we can afford it. It would be wonderful to have, but if something had to pause, that would be the thing to pause.
I have a couple, go ahead. You have,
Just Rob, given that we were talking about the two mezzanines that only have stairway access, could you just briefly discuss the ADA implications?
Sure. ADA, in terms of building, places of public accommodation is the defined term in the ADA. And those are defined as commercial places or places owned by private entities. We don't actually fall underneath it. The city obviously does need to comply with ADA. It does apply Title II, typically applies to government entities in providing our programs and services. What that means is we have to make those as accessible as possible. That's not just the buildings, but facility or like our ticket counter. We have to make sure that someone with who has additional accessibility needs can still get into the city building or can participate in our council meetings as needed. So the building will comply. There's also a general exception for buildings that are under 3 stories, so that don't need an elevator, for example. However, we would always comply with ADA in terms of employment. So if we employed someone who had a physical handicap or some other disability that required or made stairs difficult, we would provide reasonable accommodations for them. And Andy has discussed ways that we could provide office space or locker rooms or other areas so they have full access to that program or service of working in the Parks building on the same equal footing as any other Parks employee.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions. We look at the bid process here. We had 6 bids.
Yeah.
We have one that was there of New Element Construction. Can you address, I know the answer, but I think we need to have it in the public comment.
Sure.
Why are we not going with New Element Construction, and why is staff recommending complete contracting?
Absolutely. Thanks, Mayor. I apologize. I got so involved I had meant to touch on that, and I got so involved in all of our discussions on what's going to be in the buildings that I forgot to touch on that. So New Element Construction was actually our apparent low bidder. They did not, on their initial bid submittal, comply with the requirements of the city for their bid submittal. They did not submit a bid bond, and they did not submit the required bid documentation where they acknowledge that they received the addendums, where they give us their contractor's license, where they officially signed the bid, give us the company information, et cetera. So that was the initial basis for the staff saying, in a public scenario, we all play by the same rules, right? And if I've got all the other bidders comply, to be a qualified bid, you need to comply as well. Upon evaluation of their bid, when New Element learned that they were the low bid and they looked by how far they were low, they went back and evaluated their bid, and they had missed some items, and so they asked that their bid be withdrawn. They gave us some prices that said, hey, we missed some items, here's the prices, but that's not really fair either, because in a public bid scenario, all the prices are known, right? And so, if I'm the low bidder, and I don't think New Element did this, I'm just saying, like if I'm the low bidder, I could say, hey, I missed all of these items, but I'll do it for $1 less than the second bidder, right? And you know what that second bidder's figure is. And so in a public bid scenario, you don't really have the opportunity to renegotiate your bid. You just have to pull your bid. And so on the city staff side, we allowed them to pull their bid because they got to us and said, hey, we messed up. We don't really want to pay money to build your building, in that regard. And so they pulled their bid.
So New Elements is now, their bid's pulled, so it's not an option to consider.
It's not an option.
So just, Council, that was on, I think most of you maybe heard that just in case, but public, that was in our agenda packet showing them as the low bid.
Yeah.
But they've pulled their bid, so it's not an option to consider.
Not an option, at this point. Sorry, I apologize. That was a very critical thing that I should have gone over, and I apologize. We got into all these figures and everything, and I forgot to share that.
Okay, Council, we need to start, okay, Scott?
So I just want to clarify 2 or 3 things. You told about the western mezzanine, and it makes sense if you're planning on doing it in the future. But by building this park maintenance building, don't we free up room up in the maintenance building by the mouth of the canyon? Plus, we're putting in a small maintenance area for the park. Do you really need that area in the western mezzanine for $100,000 right now, or would it be easy to add, but it'd just be more expensive? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah. So to answer that in 2 halves, if you will, we rent 4 storage units right now at Highland Hideaway, and those are overflowing in the winter. In the winter they're jammed full. Because we have to take all the parks equipment out because we store all the snow equipment inside up at the main Public Works building. And so in the winter, there's really no extra room up at the Public Works building. In the summertime, we let all those trucks sit outside, and the parks operates out of there mostly. But in the wintertime, parks gets kicked completely out, and those storage units are chock-a-block full, if you will. We definitely have need for the storage, but we have need for the building even more, if you will. And so you did hit on the fact that, is it easily added later on? Well, nothing's as easy as just building it the first time, but it can be added later on. And the base bid does include you know, kind of some of the primary attachments and the footings and some of the things so that we can add it later on. But we knew that it would be a fairly significant expense, and so we said, well, you know, if we are going to be stretching our pennies to get to this building, that's one thing that we'll figure out a way to live without for the time until we can ultimately attain it. Would we love it day one? Yes. Would we fill it day one? Yes. In the winter, you know, it'll be full. But in the summer, it'll you know, we ebbs and flows, you know, with the supplies and things that we have in the summer. But in the winter, it'll be full. But can we do without it to make it a little bit more attainable and not quite as much a stretch for the city budget? Yes, we can do without it for the meantime, because obtaining the building as a whole is going to be a game changer for where we are today, if that makes sense.
Yeah, makes sense, and I appreciate your comments. Can I ask one more question? This is to Rob. So we have these two motions in front of us. Option one excludes the western mezzanine and the alternatives for Mountain Ridge Park. Is that, so are we excluding the little park building in the Mountain Ridge Park and the trash?
Can we go back and forth between the two?
When I read that,
I think we have a typo there.
It's an alternate, right?
Sorry.
Well, there's the, it says, the first motion is to exclude the western mezzanine and.
Yeah, I think we messed up on our verbiage there. I apologize. The intent was to award all the alternatives except for
the mezzanine.
Western mezzanine.
Okay.
And so the totals between the two, yeah.
I think that comma is trying to do some heavy work there, saying, do the park maintenance building excluding this, but it's meant to say, do the parks building and do the alternates excluding the western mezzanine from the park building.
Okay,
But
I just wanted
it could
to
have been
clarify.
clearer
Yeah,
writing in that.
yeah, it wasn't, I apologize, it wasn't very well written on that. But yeah, our intent was, when we looked at it and analyzed everything, the intent was to award everything in these two alternates, have them, as Rob stated, just be everything but the mezzanine or everything.
So if we make the motion, can we add into that motion that we want the trash receptacle on the east side of Mountain Ridge Park instead of over by the neighbors?
Yes.
So we could make that part of the motion.
Yeah, give me that direction right now, and we'll just get you a plan to confirm the location where staff has it. In our mind, it would go, and it's right up there at the corner. I mean, it's basically, I'll describe it to you. If you come down the main drive aisle and you go all the way to the east, it's those first two parking stalls that face the school. And we would just put it in those two parking stalls right there, and it would be off the corner enough that it'll be out of the side of the site triangle, and then the trash truck can just come down, pick up, and keep on going. So
okay, good. So I've really monopolized this discussion, so I'd like to hear what the other council people have to say.
Well, I've got one question, Andy, that in my experience with my homes, when I find myself with extra storage space, what that means is that I find more things to store.
We all have a way of collecting junk.
If we build the western mezzanine, does that mean that some of those storage places that we are currently renting, we would move that there, or what does it really end up being used for?
You know, it's yes. Ultimately, our goal is to get out of the storage unit business, if you will. But yeah, I mean, so we use the storage units for the seasonal shifts of the equipment mostly, and most of our product that we use, like say our fertilizer, I don't know, depends on when you've been up to the Public Works building, but like we'll have, I'll say 40 pallets. I'm making up the number, but just like you'll go in that main area between the bays, and you have to turn sideways to shimmy through because all we've got is fertilizer everywhere. So that type of product, a little bit of it will go up on the mezzanines, but mostly will stay on the main floor because you know it comes and goes so quickly. What we'll put on the mezzanines are the equipment and the things that are seasonal in nature. So, okay, we're going to tuck it up top for the winter, and then in the fall we're going to switch that. We're going to bring down elements like the snow blowers and whatever that we use in the winter, and then we're going to put the small hand mowers and equipment up top, you know, and so most of what will go on the mezzanines will be the storage that we quote unquote tuck away for the winter, which is a lot of what gets, like I said, the winter is actually the biggest, fullest part of the storage units, because take all that equipment and we shove it in those storage units so they can be out of the way for the snow
Okay,
plows.
I guess I'm misunderstanding. I thought the mezzanine had stairs. I mean, it's going up the stairs.
Yeah.
But you're talking and taking lawnmowers up. Are you
Right,
talking-
they have gates, and then we can take equipment and lift it up, you know, with the equipment, you know, so that you can load heavy stuff and big stuff up there.
Okay.
So that you get there if you're just yourself going up through the stairs, but if you're gonna put stuff up, you take equipment and lift it with the pallet.
Council, any other questions or anything? Like Scott's mentioned, I think when I came on council in 2018, this is one of the mysterious, everyone kept going, where are we putting the park maintenance building? I do have a question. We had a metal building that at one time that we got from the county. Where is this metal building at?
All the skin was so tattered that the skin got trashed, the metal skin, if you will. The beams and columns are sitting at well number 2 right now, or the compound over by the Ridgeview. I can't remember which one.
And we store them in the mezzanine?
I mean, one of the reasons we moved out of the park, yes, the residents, but the cost got so high at 1.3. And here I'm going, we're looking at 2.7. I mean, it is.
Yeah. Now, one thing I wanted to point out is 2.7 does include, you know, $150,000 worth of stuff for Mountain Ridge, right? So give us a.
Okay, we're at 2.5.
There you go. That sounds better. I like that. That
still-
sounds so much better.
It's still astronomical.
It's still a whole lot of money. I
But the
agree.
problem is if we keep delaying it, it's just going to get more expensive.
Oh, and I'm not asking to
Yeah.
delay it. It's just
Oh, I
it's
know you're
amazing
not,
as
but-
what we're seeing. You know, the reason I bring up the metal building, that was a $400,000 we were trying to do at the time, and we had a metal building that we could use. Then we went over I mean, this has been moving forever. And I think if you looked at the different spots where they looked at, the reason we chose this location was the centralization of the parks and not having to have our big lawnmowers coming down SR 92 or down any of our major corridors. It gets it closer to our parks. I know they still have to get up to Beacon Hills and other areas and up to Viewpoint, but the question will be, is we're getting it closer to where we're doing our maintenance. So
Right.
hopefully we'll get
Yeah.
hopefully we'll get cost savings of transportation of employees and things that way too. But if there's no other questions, we can have a motion or.
Mayor, can I chime in just briefly? Over here.
The city financial
From
officer?
above.
Really?
Just on fiscal impact, just to reiterate, so there's no transfers currently programmed into our fiscal year 25 budget. So whatever action you take tonight will impact the final budget proposal that we bring. As Andy mentioned, basically the building capital improvement fund does not have sufficient fund balance to pay for all of this. So we will need to do some type of general fund balance transfer. If we did everything, we think that our general fund balance would still be between 33 and 34%. If we took the mezzanine out, that would be between 34 and 35. So just so that you're aware before you vote on action.
But just for historical things, for years, our fund balance was at 25% per state law. So we've been up at 35 for 3 or 4 years now. Is that right, Mayor? Yeah. So
Is there a motion or?
I'll make a motion. I'm going to move for option 2. I move that the Highland City Council approve the contract to complete contracting for the building of the park maintenance building, including all the alternatives and the alternatives for the Mountain Ridge Park in the amount up to $2.7 million, $41,542.10 as in the resource material, and authorize the city administrator to sign the contract documents with the following stipulation: that the trash enclosure,
Trash enclosure.
blanking on the name, should be on the east side of the Mountain Ridge Park and not over by the neighbors on the west side.
And just to clarify, so that's with the intention of building the western mezzanine
Yes.
currently? Okay.
Yeah, it's
thank
option
you.
number 2.
It has
Thank
all,
you,
this has
Councilmember.
all alternatives that were shown
Right.
to us, including. the-
Option number 2.
I just wanted to clarify because that was my bad on the comma, so thank you.
I have a motion by Scott. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, I have a second by Doug. Any further discussion before we go to vote? That passes 4-0. Now move on to item number C, which is the 6000 West Pump Station Award. And those who are wondering about the, I guess they'll have the award design of the trail later on, so this will have some things on it.
Yes, Mayor and Council, you're going to get tired of hearing from me for a few minutes. I'm sorry. It's a number of items with my name attached to them. Okay, just a little bit of a reminder where we've been on this item. So last fall, we awarded a contract with COP to connect to the Provo River Aqueduct. That connection has been made. We also authorized an encroachment agreement with both Jordan Valley Water Conservancy District and Central Utah Water Conservancy District for expanding the roadway over the top of their facilities. The city budgets and rate studies have planned for this project. Now, there's a caveat there. Of course, it doesn't seem to matter what we do. We never seem to project the right amount, and we'll talk about that in a minute. But we do have enough balance, fund balance for this project. And then I don't know how much the council will recall, but we came to the council last summer. We were getting a fair amount of public feedback on, you know, the moss and the dirt and the other things in the pressurized irrigation system. And we said, okay, council, if you want to start to address the dirt and et cetera in the pressurized irrigation system, place to start is probably this next filter or a pump station, because we haven't built it yet, right? It's cheapest to incorporate into something we haven't built, and then we'll start to look to go back and retrofit some of our other facilities. So can we go to the next slide? With this, we put this project out to bid. So the base bid for the filter station, which includes everything kind of fence in, let's call it fence in. It includes a very expensive vault for Provo River that we have to kind of put their meter in, which is inside their corridor. And then it's everything fence in, is $2,843,073. Of that, about $500,000 of that is attributed to the filters. So you've got some direct costs for the filters that you can see in your big breakdown, but then we also made the building a little bigger, and we had to do a little more piping because of that. So those filters are in that 2.8 million, but if you're wondering, you know, okay, what did those filters end up costing us? That's you know, what they cost. Now, we would have the opportunity to just withhold awarding the filters and the filters themselves, which is about $250,000. I can get you the exact amount if that's something you want to discuss. I can just pull it off the bid tab, but I wanted you to understand kind of the collective scope or what that cost, because it was more than just the filters. It was lots of little things that you know, that added money. Now, separate from that, so that we could have a discussion on the road improvements, if that's something we want to do, we bid everything in the roadway. So we bid everything fence out of the filter station. So this would include the landscaping on the front of the filter station. It would include the curb gutter sidewalk right in front of the filter station. And then it would include the roadway improvements we're going to talk about in a minute. And then also the pressure reducing valve that we talked about a little earlier. All of that was $630,548. Now, if we choose to go forward with the roadway improvements won't actually occur until next summer. So we've told the contractor, okay, you can cut the road and make all the connections and the power and everything all this winter, this summer, next winter. You just have to heal the road with asphalt. It'll be kind of a temporary asphalt, so we aren't driving through dirt for months. But you can't demolish the road, if you will, until next summer, until school's out. And so all of the roadway reconstruction would take place you know, next summer between school getting out and school going back in. And so that will span our 25 and 26 fiscal years. So between that, we'll encumber about $500,000 of our roadway funds in, think of it in our calendar year improvements for 2025. So it's calendar year 25, budget year 25, 26, because this all happens right when we change the budget year, right? So if we opt to go forward in 2025, we'll do $500,000 less road work around the rest of the city.
No, we pay a road fee. Are you talking this fund's coming out of the road fee?
I wasn't taking this one out of the road fee. I was taking this one out of our.
I just want to make sure,
out
'cause
of
we told the road
our,
fee is for sill coating and improvement of the
right.
neighborhoods. I just want to make sure what we're
This
talking.
one would come out of our major roads reconstruction, which would be our B and C monies, essentially. So I'm basically taking, you know, the B and C monies in fiscal year 25. If you want to look at it this way, it kind of spans both 25, 26, but, you know, but that's where we were targeting, was not the road fee monies, but the B and C monies. We are going to request to the county that they contribute at least to the relocation of the trail. You know, that's about $18,000. I made a phone call ahead of bringing this council to County Public Works. They said, you know, we don't know. We'll be happy to ask the question. We're doing our budgets right now, but we don't want to make you any promises. So I think if you award this, you just have to say, hey, if the county contributes, great. If they don't, then we made our decision anyway. But we have no solid, the county's in favor of what we're proposing. We worked with them to get to this point with the design, but we have no solid commitment that, yeah, we'll write you a check for $18,000. So
You have a picture, I mean, we have a picture in our package.
it's coming. Sorry, the next slide. There we go. Okay, so what we were looking at, I know there was a gentleman here that was asking earlier relative to what we were looking at. So city has observed that there is a fair amount of, I don't know, close calls, for lack of a better word. What tends to happen is because the bike is straight across the road, this is what I've observed. I'm sure that everybody's got their own story that they've observed there, but what I observe is that the bikers on the trail, they just put their head down and go across, and you know, they hardly stop. And so you've got cars traveling that have been going straight for a little while, and some of them are going speed limit, some are going a little faster, and then you've got the bikes that are just kind of going right between them. And so the intent of this is that, especially on the western side, you know, if the bikers were coming from the west going east, it makes them make a pretty severe turn to come into this. And then also now they'll have to go through a ramp, which will kind of be bumpy, if you will. And so the intent of this, through introducing the ramps and then the bends, is to slow them down, essentially. Hopefully to slow them down, make them look at the conflict points. The intent of the island is to partially give a refuge for those that are crossing, you know, so if they only get halfway across and then somebody's coming, they can wait. But the intent of the island is mostly to slow the traffic, the roadway traffic down. Now, our long-term plan has a north-south bike lane on 6,000 West, and so we had to leave enough room for both the car and the bike lane there. And so there's about, I don't remember exactly, there's about 15 feet between the curb and the island, enough so it's fairly tight, but a bike and a car could fit if they happen to be there at the same time. But we're hoping through the visual cue of the island, we will also have at this point the flashing RRFBs like we put on the Town Center Trail where it crosses 6,000. We'll have those there too. We would hope that people would use them. I know the bikers aren't going to use them. You know, they're just going to slow and hopefully slow and bump through. But the pedestrians hopefully will use them to alert drivers further. I mean, I would hope the bikers would use them, but I'm being a little bit realistic, right? They're not going to use them. So collectively, we want to alert both the bikers and the autos to the conflict point. And it just so happens that if you go out there and look, the section of 6,000 that we're proposing to reconstruct is actually kind of lousy road. We got really good road south of there, we got really good road north of there, and it's almost like somebody was waiting for this project, which they might have been, I don't know. But the road that on 6,000 that we're rebuilding isn't all that great. On 150 or 100, sorry, 10100, that road's not too bad, but with adding everything and all the other work, we thought, well, that way we can reshape everything, have all the drainage work. But collectively, that road work does represent, about $500,000 to the roads fund.
I just got, this is $693,000 to go put a little trail connection. I understand you're doing some asphalt.
630.
Go ahead.
Sorry, 630. 693 with the contingency. Sorry,
So-
yes.
Why?
Come on. I mean, I understand we have 4 bids. So I get we went out to bid.
Yeah.
What is costing so much here?
It's because we're a city and they're taking advantage of us.
It's a fair question, Mayor. There's a fair amount of concrete. I don't, I'm a little bit blown away. I mean, the other thing that I would say is that, the low bid company that we're doing is self-performing their concrete. I would have told you that all of the, that this wasn't really the bidder's specialties, because most of the other bidders that we had bid are really kind of pump station pipeline contractors, but S&L bid, and we hired S&L for our park, and S&L does a myriad of things. They're actually quite broad-based, and the S&L bid was another $130,000, I think, for the roadway. I think they were like $760, and I am kind of with you on that. I didn't expect this to be that much.
I mean, you have bids all the way from 630 to 922
Yeah.
for this trailway workway.
And it does include the PRV, and it does include the landscape, in front of the station. And the PRV is like 116,000, I think. But even still, you pare that down, does that really look like $500,000 worth of road work? I mean, when we were evaluating the bids, part of me said, should we go back out to bid with the road portion? And the part that made me kind of say, well, we might not do any better is the fact that S&L bid on it, because I know that S&L builds a fair amount of roads. And so
Are
it
they
would have
trying
been
to say
just
that they're
daunting
so
for
bu-
them.
Are they so busy? I mean, traffic control, $60,000. So they're going to pay a guy $5,000 a month to stand there. I mean, maybe they're going to have 2. So it's going to be, they're going to pay 2 people $3,000 a month to have a sign. I don't know.
Yeah.
Hey, I don't disagree with you, Mayor. I'll admit that I had been a little more optimistic and rosy-colored that this wasn't going to cost quite as much as it did in the bids on the road portion. Councilman Smith, sorry.
Yeah, so, I agree with the mayor's concerns. We definitely need the pump station. We need the pressure relief valve. But this is some advantage of having the old guy on the council. So I was on the council when they enclosed the Murdoch Canal. I was here when they proposed the trail, which is beloved, and it's well used. But at that time, the county wanted us to pay for the trail in Highland, to actually build it. And we said, hey, it's in the middle of the recession back in 2008, 2012 in that area. We don't have the funds. And it caused an uproar. But because of that, and we pushed back, the county came back and said, oh, we've got the money to do this. And so my question is I don't think we already pay the county what, $10,000 or more a year to maintain this part of the trail. I'm not sure why they can't tell us up front if they're going to help rebuild this little section of the trail, because it was a design flaw in the first place, because they put underpasses under 10,400, but never did under 6,000 West, which is probably just as busy. And so, I think they have an obligation to make the trail safe, to help us with the costs here. But I agree with the mayor. I think the cost to do this, and I like the plan, and I'm supportive of it, but I think it's way too much. And I think we ought to have separate the two projects, the connection to the water and the pressure release valve from the cost of redoing the road and the trail here, because we want it to be safe, but is $600,000 or $700,000? It just seems like
Would
a
the
lot.
county, I mean, is
Yeah.
this something that MAG would do, or is this something that just the county?
That's
'cause
what
it-
MAG did
We
for
would-
the trail.
We'd have a hard time getting MAG to fund
It
this.
doesn't
This would be hard, this would be a tough fit for MAG. And I don't think that the county would pay to reload, kind of redo most of the road and the crossings. I mean, it's all politics, right? And that's all of your specialty. I just simply called to the staff and said, hey, I've got this, we bid it, can you contribute? And, and they certainly weren't saying no, but they're also saying, hey, I don't know, I can't commit
Well,
right now.
good.
But it's their bad design originally.
Well, we have a safety concern
Yeah.
here. I mean, we've
All right.
had, we see a safety concern at 6,000 West. We need to do something. And I know, is it the way we're designing, where they have to come and then kind of curve that's causing? some
Yeah, I
cost?
mean, we in designing this, I actually met with the county. I went and met with the county, and we kicked around, several different options, right? Because we want to slow the bikers down. In my observation, and I've already hit on it, and I don't know what this resident sees, but to me, what I see is the bikers. I just, like I said, it's just a straight shot. It's flat. The bikers just put their head down and ride. And that's, to me, what causes most of the near misses. Not that the vehicles or the pedestrians are completely blameless, right? But the bikers, it's just a straight shot. And so that's where we came up with putting the bends in, and we have the ramps in so that the bikers have to ride down the ramps. It's a little bit bumpy. You ride through the curb, and so it's going to slow you. And then the idea behind it's a little tough to tell on the big screen, but you can see on your small screens the outside curbs narrow just a little bit. And you put the island there. Those of you that have talked to me about crosswalks and mid-block crosswalks like this know that I love what they call a Z crossing, where you make the pedestrian look in the eye the car that they've got to cross. But it wouldn't work here ultimately because we determined that, number one, the bikers would really struggle with it because it's such a narrow zigzag, and we might have some wrecks. And number two, we'd probably have a lot of pushback and kickback from that community. And so this was the best hybrid that we could come up with, whereby we felt like we put some pretty good bends in the trail, slow down the bikers at the crossing. They've got to bump through. Hopefully all of that, it increases their cognizance, and they look a little better. Stop and look, or at least slow and look. I would hope they stop, but right now half of them don't even look. It's amazing. They just kind of cross. But, and maybe they do look, and maybe I'm not giving them enough credit, but you stand out there and you're like, wow, I don't think they even looked, and they went across. So, yeah, I mean, I don't want to say that the county won't contribute, but I don't see the county contributing to the elements on 6,000 West. I think what we'd probably get the county to contribute to is the actual bending of the trail and the asphalt on the trail, which, like I say,
it
it's
is
only
their
about
trail.
$18,000.
What about like an active transportation grants or things that way? I mean, we need to get something done here, but I'm not trying to, is there some active transportation grants? Kim, this is kind of your world. Is there things we can be looking at that way?
How about our lobbyist?
Yeah, it's something we could have our lobbyist.
See him doing anything.
Shoot.
Sorry. I mean, this is a tough one because it doesn't fall into any of those categories that we need for grants. I just want to comment right here. I mean, when you say it's the bikers just going through without stopping, or even runners, the huge issue that you have is you got that 150 north where you have cars turning without looking, and you already have a runner or biker in the road, and they don't even stop
That's
for
true.
them.
I don't want to blame the bikers totally. And I wasn't blaming the
It's the
runners.
cars.
I would never blame the runners. But no, I've observed a lot of the bikes are the ones that I've seen. But you're right. You have two very close intersections. It's an offset intersection, which is always tough. You don't know which direction you're looking for the conflict. There's multiple elements that contribute to this being a little bit scary at times.
It's a
this
safety
cross.
issue, so council, we've got to make a decision. Do you want to move forward with the bid we have here? Would you like to have it go out to another bid process just only for this project?
I always get scared because we are like, oh, I
we
swear,
always
this
think
is
we
how
get
it is every single time. We're like, I can't believe how much money this bid is. This is ridiculous. Let's go out. Let's do it again. Have we ever come to an instance where we've gone out, we've done it again, and we've gotten a better price and it's been lower? We always shoot ourselves in the foot.
no,
You
that's-
know what I'm thinking.
I've been
trash, waste management, Spring Creek Park. Like we always come back and it's way more money.
I know, that's the concern.
Yeah.
Andy, what's been your experience if we separate this from the bid? Is it, you're kind of an engineer. I mean, have they separated enough that if we go out and they look at this as a separate project, or do you think there's cost of economic scale because they're already on site? I mean, I see that they still have even for the road, they still have a mobilization, but they have a mobilization up here for the well house too. I mean, you've got 200,000 for mobilization for the well, for this pump house, and yet you've got down here anywhere from 21 to 117,000 in the bids for mobilization. And going, guys, you've already mobilized.
Yeah.
They're just so busy that they are just chucking bids out there just to see which sticks.
I go back to what I was saying about S&L bidding on this. Now, what I didn't do is I didn't call up Dustin with S&L and say, hey, Dustin, how good of a number did you throw at this? Was this just one of those, hey, if we get it, we get it? But if you look at S&L and their bid, they're like within $20,000. And you're reading the bids and I'm going out of memory, but they're like within $20,000 of the low bid on the pump station.
Correct.
So clearly they were going after the pump station. And S&L builds a lot of roads. They built a lot of subdivisions. They built a lot of roads. And their bid was 130,000 higher. Sorry, you all have the advantage of looking, and I quote out of memory, so I don't pause the meeting. And so that makes me think that if we go out to bid, we're probably going to come back comparable. I don't know that we're going to get better because all of our other bidders, including our low bidder, they don't really build roads. They do piping systems and things. S&L is the one that bid that, kind of building roads is routine for them. And so because of their bid, I'm saying, hey, I think if we bid it again, you're going to be comparable. I can't say for certain. If you ask me, I already confessed. Was I surprised by how high the bids were for the road? Yeah, I was. We were opening the bids. I was like, whoa.
Well, okay, so your bids go from 630,000. Your next bidder, which is S&L, at 768, which is who's doing the park. You're talking.
Yeah, S&L is doing the park.
And then it goes to 827, and we have a top bid at 922. I mean, you have a $300,000 swing in the bids.
Yeah.
You do have 4 bids, but so council, that's where it's hard.
50%. Yeah.
I mean, you do have a swing in the bids. Your low is 630 on the road thing, all the way up to the 922. And they're comparable when you go look at Schedule A on just putting in the pump. Like you said, they're all within about, they're within 20,000. I mean, they're really tight there. Yeah. It's where the separation comes on this road work.
Yeah, the separation comes on the road work, and like I said, you look at our 4 bidders because this is a piping project. I mean, we went after the piping contractors, right? Building a pump station is a little more precise, meaning, if you're doing general pipe work, if you're off by a foot, doesn't really matter. But when you build a pump station, you can't be off by a foot. The equipment has to fit together, and you put all the pipes together, and then you put the equipment on the top. And so it's very precise, and so not every excavation contractor has the personnel or skilled for that. So we went after a little more select group on this. And so if it weren't for the fact that S&L bid, I would say, let's put it out to bid, let's put it to the road builders.
Now, will this have lights flashing so when they push and it's...
It'll have the little RRFBs, so you push it, and then like the ones on the Town Center Trail on 6000 West. Like I said, so that's the only reason I'm saying I don't think we'd do better is because S&L clearly wanted to win the bid. They were going after the pump station hard, and the road bid was more than Nelson Brothers. And so I can't promise you wouldn't get a little lower bid. It's all who has what work.
Why
on their
can't we
pallet.
separate it into two projects, the road bid and the pump station?
Why did we or can't
No,
we?
why can't we?
Oh, we
I'd really
can.
like to know if the county could help us, because if we just pass it, they're not gonna help us for sure. It'd be nice just to be able to say yay or nay, is the county gonna help, because it's their trail. You know, if they could
Yeah.
help even the $20,000 or
Yeah,
18 would be helpful.
You know, I mean,
Yeah.
you know, that's where I say, I think that we probably got a pretty good chance of working with county and getting them to help for the $20,000, right? Staff couldn't commit, but $20,000 still leaves a fairly substantial sum, right? But I feel like, you know, we've got a reasonable chance of working with them for that $20,000, but I doubt they're gonna step up and do 200 or
I'll go meet
something.
with Commissioner Gordon, Amelia Gardner, you know, and go and
Yeah.
and try to advocate for things. The question is, do you want to accept the bid now, or do you want to just only do option A and not option B? And I think there is a question about.
Yeah, the one thing I was gonna say is if you're gonna do option A and, you know, and not do the road work, then you may want to, also consider just doing the PRV. Because again, they're kind of a piping contractor. It's down their alley.
Yeah.
You know, and if you want to wait on the road work and the frontage improvements, you know, we can certainly wait on those and seek other funds. I mean, would we like to get this crossing improved? Yes. You know, is it critical? Do we want any accidents there? Yes, it's critical. Obviously, budgets are a consideration, but for sure, we'd like to go forward and get started on the pump station and get those elements going. And there is opportunity, and that's why, frankly, you know, the bids were separated the way they were, to give you this opportunity to have this deliberation, you know, so there is no problem, and the pump station can still function, and, you know, and our primary goal can be achieved if we go forward with the pump station and say, hey, we're going to rebid this road work, or we're going to take another look at this road work, or we're going to, you know, do any number of these options, you know.
I think we all agree that the road work needs to be done, but I like the idea of the mayor going and talking to the county commission and seeing what they're able to do to help us with this, especially considering it was their design in the first place.
I mean, one thing we could do, I didn't really think of this till you just spoke, Councilmember Bills, is we could award the pump station so they can get all the parts for that ordered. There's, I mean, there's nothing critical in the road that couldn't wait for a couple weeks.
And how long will their bid be?
I'd have to check our documents.
Is it
but most
30
bids
days?
are good for 60 days.
Okay, because I mean, that's
So-
something we'll work
so-
here with the but then we could come back and do, Robert, we could have any problem with the contract if we come back and say, we'll do also option, we want to now of your bid do option B?
No, it just depends on our bid contract.
So we have
Yeah, and
about 30 to 60 days?
Sorry?
We have about 30 to 60 days to get that done?
Yeah, we opened the bids about 3 weeks ago, so, you know, we've probably got another 45 days or so. But the critical thing to the pump station contractor, and oddly enough, the critical thing for all of these type of systems right now is to get the electrical equipment ordered and coming. The electrical equipment is the most delayed items in these buildings right now. So, you know, we could award that and say, okay, let's revisit the road
But
in
you
2
also,
weeks.
but
and-
also award the drink water PRV valve.
Yeah, we could
or
award
vault.
the PRV valve, and we could award the pump station, and then we could redeliberate on the roads here in a couple weeks. You know, once we've
I
had.
just hope the
chance to-
county doesn't try to squeeze us for money for a question center when we go visit. But
Well-
worry, I open this up and also they open up the other. What are you gonna do about a question center?
But we could make a motion just approving Schedule A, right?
Yes.
And then we can look at Schedule B.
Schedule
at least
A,
see
if
what
you
the
wanted to, you
county's
could do
gonna help us
Schedule A and the PRV vault, and then we'll look at the road in a couple weeks. I don't think our contractor's gonna have substantial problem with that, in that they were really pushing to order the the, the electrical and get some of the component items ordered and coming. So I think that that's a perfectly valid option, and then we don't have to completely say, we're not going to do this, and I can talk to our contractor and say, hey, we need another couple weeks just to look at some of our funding for the roads.
So
And
I'll be with the commissioners on Thursday night. I can kind of reach out and see if we can get something set up if we want to go that way.
Yeah.
Perfect. Then I would make that motion to approve Schedule A.
I'll second it.
I have a motion for Schedule A.
We can do that as a separate item if.
I was going to say,
maybe
would
that's
you
easier.
would you also entertain the PRV valve? So it would be Schedule A plus the
PRV
drinking water
valves.
PRV valve.
Would you be
And the
amenable to
PRV
that?
valve is 116.
And I'll second
So
that.
Take an alter motion. We need to make sure it's clear what we're doing.
Okay.
Okay, so I would make a motion. I move the city council approve the bid from Nelson Brothers Construction Company in an amount up to, is that the correct amount then?
No, that's not the correct amount. Is that two?
Or if I could give you some suggested wording, if you would be okay with that, that would be to award Schedule A in the amount of $843,073.27, and also award the drinking water PRV valve in the amount of $116,286, and authorize the staff 10% contingency for the construction.
I would make a motion for what Andy just said.
And I'll second it.
Okay.
Does that work,
Are
Stephanie?
you okay with that motion? Is it going to be clear enough for you?
I tried to write down the numbers, but he was too fast.
They-
Yeah, he was really fast for me too.
Yeah, they came right
numbers
off
are
the
in the
bid
agenda packet.
schedule for the total for Schedule A, and then the total for the drinking water PRV valve that's in the packet.
For Nelson Brothers.
Okay.
For Nelson Brothers.
The Nelson
Stephanie,
Brothers.
I can.
So Nelson Brothers, $2,843,073, and was that 27 cents?
27 cents.
27 cents.
And then
And then the PRV valve was how much? 116?
116,286,
Even?
even.
Does that include the 10%?
That does not include the 10% contingency. We'll have to add the 10% contingency on top of that, but I'm not that good on the fly. That's my bad.
With the 10% contingency and authorize the city administrator to sign the necessary contracts.
I have a motion by Brittany. Scott, are you still the second?
Yes.
Okay. And Scott, second. Just for transparency, Nelson Brothers was the lowest bid on Schedule A and also was the lowest bid on the drinking water PRV vault. Just, on both items, they were still the lowest bid.
I'm sorry, who did the second on that?
I did.
Scott did.
Thank you, Scott.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I make a little comment, Mayor?
Yeah.
I think we should have a rule as a council that we don't spend more than $3 million an hour.
This passes 4-0. That has been. I know. Also, we did
Because we've already spent
the
$6 million
The big thing for the
tonight.
park maintenance. I'm going, man, we're like drunken sailors over here spending tonight.
Yeah, I was a little bit worried coming in tonight with all the dollars we were going to be talking about, admittedly.
Okay. We'll now move on to item number D, which is award the design services for the Mitchell Hollow Trail. And Andy, that is you.
Yeah,
We're at 9:35, and we still got a lot to go.
The good news is this is far less money than we've been talking about on everything else.
Somebody else is paying for it.
Mostly somebody else is paying for it. So in the tentative budget for FY25, the council approved monies to go ahead and forward the design for this trail. You go to the next slide. So just as a reminder, we obtained 2 years ago funding from MAG in the amount of 2.5 million. It's 2527050. So that's the total project cost. The city portion of that cost is $171,081. And then when MAG awards a project, there's different ways that the funds are allocated in different agencies that actually administer those funds. Utah County actually administers a lot of the local funds, like the local sales tax funds. I'm told by MAG that this project will be recommended for one of the county projects, and I've received confirmation from the county public works director and engineer that he is fine with us starting this ahead of the contract. And so sometime this fall, we'll enter into a contract with Utah County for the reimbursement of the complete project. So then at that point, we'll be able to ask for some reimbursement portions for what we've spent towards the design at that portion. The reason we want to go ahead is we want to kind of start on the design now so we can be in a position where we can bid this next spring and roll forward on the construction. There is one property that does need to be obtained, and then there's a couple properties where we've done are working on some easement exchanges. The biggest property that does have to be obtained would be from the Peck family, and that is on the south side of 9600 North. Can you go to the next slide real quick? Just as a reminder, this trail picks up where the trail ends, kind of in the Hidden Pond area. And this goes through the property that was obtained from the Hollow subdivision and then proceeds down through the existing corridors all the way to 9600 and ultimately around the county equestrian complex and then down around Lehigh's Pond and then marries up with the American Fork Trail on the east side of 900 West. So there is some right-of-way that we'll have to obtain, but the first thing we need to do is get started on the design to then be able to go and visit with the Peck families. And a couple of years ago, when we were putting in the grant funding, I did go and meet with Ron Peck. It's he and his sister that own the property jointly. And Ron said that he talked with his sister, but I haven't been back to talk with Ron since because we haven't had the monies until now and weren't in a position to go forward until now. So with that, we are recommending you award the design contract. Consor has done a lot of front-end work on this thus far for us, and so they are the logical choice to go forward and do the actual design. So can we go to the next slide?
So on this trail, most of it's in Highland, but parts of it down there are in Lehigh, are they not?
Yeah, they are. In order to get the funding, you kind of have to have a logical ends, right? So actually, the neater part of the trail, if you will ultimately be when American Fork connects to this trail and runs their portion down through and under 11200 North and continues down in the hollows. That's actually going to be a much more enjoyable trail. But in order to get the funding and to look good for your grant funding, it works a lot better if you have a tie-in on both ends, if you will, which is why we proposed wrapping through the county complex and down to the American Fork Trail, because then you've got a place that you can go. Once you come down here, you can go all the way down to the shopping centers on the trail. Ultimately, there's a program trail that follows the rail lines, the rail lines that are kind of by Costco and everything. We call it the Southern Rail Trail, and it's supposed to be another major transportation corridor for active transportation. So this will ultimately link to that. But yeah, that was part of the commitment we made when we went for the funding, is we'll tie it so that, it doesn't just end at the county, it goes somewhere and connects you down to the
So
shopping
when it's
center.
built, though, is the plan to have these cities help?
Not right now. We can certainly go and ask them. We can ask them to pay a portion of the match, but it's a very, very short section in Lehigh, and we haven't asked them to date.
The concern would be is if we ask for this section coming from Highland, is American Fork going to go ask for the section going down to their boat harbor? I mean, this is what we're doing is we're getting a trail to the equestrian center.
No, I support it.
I mean, and it kind of, when you talk about trails getting it gets everything back up to the Murdoch. This trail now connects back up to the Murdoch Trail, and it goes like with the Lehigh's trying to do something from Dry Creek to go down their city center to get back up to the Murdoch. This is American Fork. I think it's a good question, Scott. Is we could go approach them. I don't know if they would approach.
Well, I'm just
us.
wondering if they'd be interested, because I don't know why you would want to walk to Costco. You could never get your stuff home in one bag.
I'd like to see somebody with their
That's right, 'cause there's so many
giant
speed
bags
bumps
of
on Canal.
things from Costco on their bike.
Scott, for the hot dog.
Yeah.
Let's go for the hot
the
dog.
hot dog. Okay. Okay, I support this. I think it's fine, especially because the MAG's going to pay for it.
So MAG is paying for $2,527,000.
The total cost is $2,525,000. Sorry, I have to go back. a couple, but
2,527.
$2.5 million. So MAG pays for like 2.32 of that, and we pay for 171 of it, of that total cost.
I'd like to make a motion. I move that City Council approve a contract with Consor for the Mitchell Hollow Trail in an amount up to $153,885 and authorize the city administrator to sign the contract documents.
I'll second it.
I have a motion by Kim, second by Scott. There's no further discussion, let's vote. Okay, that passes 4-0. And as I mentioned to Kim, I also looked over, hey, we're spending like $8 million tonight. Our whole budget is, I was going, however, this is progress. These are things that you talk about, this trail, this was started 2 years ago, going with MAG, trying to get the funding. I mean, these are long-term projects. You talk about the park maintenance building has been 10 years. These are projects, so as Kim has said, this is progress. But finally, the park maintenance building and just everything that's going on, it's progress. It's a lot of money.
Well, it's just, we've been talking about this for so long, and it's finally talk is actually action and happening, and
It's just like even the Millhaven Trail. I mean, I've lived there for 30 years. We've been waiting for that connection to be able to get over from the city center trail over to Murdoch. I mean, tonight's kind of a connection of Murdoch, and we'll talk about some other things later on about how to connect even more stuff in Highland. But okay, let's move on to item number E, which is resolution to update the firework restrictions, and that is J.
All right, Mayor and Council, this item will not cost you a dime. So,
or the residents. It's not our money.
The Utah State Code allows city councils to set restrictions on where fireworks can be set off within the city limits due to environmental hazards. And the last time the firework restriction map and resolution were updated was in 2020. Due to some developments in the restricted areas on the map, some of those restrictions are not necessary anymore because they are now neighborhoods. And so the area north of Canal Trail and south of the Ridgeview HOA Park, you can see here, this is the map as established in 2020. And this is the new map. The only change that you will see is that little section there where Ridgeview is. That's been removed or is proposed to be removed because it's now a neighborhood and the fire restrictions are not applicable there. Then a section that was left out in 2020 when this resolution was last passed is a section regarding our ability to limit open fires, campfires, and the igniting and burning in fire pits are prohibited except in landscaped yards, in private residence with a hose or fire extinguisher nearby, or in designated campfire pits in designated city campgrounds. Small portable screened fire enclosures and gas barbecues are permitted at private residences. So that was in there previously. It was left out of the resolution in 2020. We're just recommending that that be restored. And this is what the resolution, the text body of the resolution would look like. Doug was kind enough to point out that it would make a lot more sense if the section 1 had the header, instead of the whole thing having the header, talking about the banning of fireworks in those sections, and then section 2 has its own section that I just read. So the changes to what was in the packet is the bold and underlined sections there. And does that look okay to you, Doug?
Yep.
Great.
Doesn't look okay to me. Because I've got some corrections I'd like to make.
Anything
Is
else,
that-
Jay?
Yeah.
That's the end of my remarks, so I'm happy to hear what you have
Okay,
to say.
so in that, we talk about you can't do fireworks on a city-owned homes on Pheasant Drive. The city doesn't own any homes on Pheasant Drive anymore. They were sold, okay. My other contention here is, the fireworks have been banned in my neighborhood and street, even though we shut off fireworks for years and never had any problems. But the west side of Ridgeview that can now do fireworks are just as close to the Highland Glen Park as my house is. So I'm not sure why they've been exempted now. I think we have to be real careful with that because they're right on the Highland Glen Park there, and especially as you go farther north. So I'm not sure why they're exempted, but we can't shoot fireworks in my neighborhood, especially in our HOA park, which is quite a ways from the end of the other park. So I just think we need to be consistent. I don't think that Ridgeview on the west side should be able to shoot off fireworks because it's right by Highland Glen Park, and that was the argument. So I would recommend that we kind of look at that again.
So Chief Patton, did you help put, I think you helped put this together, didn't you?
Yeah. Because they're as close as we are.
It's just if they're on the outer side of the road, they can't, along Ridgeview, is it just the inside? or is
That
it all
outer
of it?
road of Ridgeview, they can't shoot fireworks.
They cannot or can?
Cannot.
Okay. So if their house is
So
on,
it's got to be interior on Ridgeview.
But the map shows the west side of Ridgeview, is my concern. I just think
Well,
we need to
then-
clarify.
Then we absolutely need to amend it.
Yeah.
And so that the furthest west road, they shouldn't be able to shoot fireworks on.
Okay, I just think we need to clarify it.
What about Scott's HOA Park?
I'm a firefighter. Not much to do if there's no fires. So, I mean, the park, all of Pheasant View, and it's all connected to Highland Glen. So, I mean, you could rip it real quick.
Well, I'm just saying.
Then
we ought to be consistent.
now we're talking in money though, again, spending money. So, if we're burning things down.
What's the, are there criteria that we use in determining
Just-
distance from
just
areas or?
Distance and city parks and just, I mean, like byways, if you notice the map, I mean, all the way through Alpine and Highland, it's all, I mean, like Mitchell Hollow, all down through the hollows, all of that. Just places where things can be connected and those fires can run.
Well, I just ask that you look at that because
Okay.
it's a problem.
Like I said,
I mean, it
I'm
saved
good.
me a lot of money the
Lift
last
them all.
4 or
I
5
don't
years. Because I just don't buy
But-
fireworks anymore. But anyhow, you know.
so that does affect us financially because we don't have people buying fireworks in these areas, and so we don't get the sales tax.
That's right.
I'm not.
We
I'm
probably
not
need to
trying to
spend-
get that sales tax. I'm just saying, it's just a. So, Chief, is there any other areas you see that is not on this list that we should be concerned about?
Or should take off?
Yeah, or should not be on?
No. The only one I wondered about was Heritage Park is not clarified, at least on the map that I have. I don't know if you want to consider all city parks.
Yeah,
That's
Heritage
something
Park is
that-
not darkened out, but the new Mountain Ridge is.
That's something that Alpine did. They just across the board, all city parks are prohibited. So.
But the
But you don't
junior
have to
high
do
would
that.
be open.
So when we're talking about limiting the westernmost road of Ridgeview,
Yes.
Would that be Willowbank Drive?
Yeah. So I'd
Okay.
just cut it off at Willowbank Drive. Yeah, just because they're right on the park and will be as that road goes, you know, farther north. That's
We
my
can-
only
we can make that
suggestion.
change.
Yeah. So if we ban it at Mountain Ridge Park, would that mean that the people around Mountain Ridge Park couldn't shoot off fireworks?
I think that they shoot them off in the street. According to this, they can be in their street. They just can't be in their backyard.
But we can't shoot them off on our street.
But you're also in a wooded, I mean, Scott, yours is a fairly heavy wooded area, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm just.
Well, I know, but I shot them off there for 30 years
Yeah.
without a problem. But what I'm saying is, how does it work? We just have to be consistent.
Well, council, any other suggestions on this? Any concerns? I mean, I understand, Scott, you've shared some.
Yes.
Can I ask another question? Rob, I think I remember talking about this before, about the open burns and about people's having fires in their backyard. So how is this something that was, like that section 2, how did that end up not, do you know what I mean? Not in the, like left out of the code? Because I remember talking about it separately on, September 20th, 2022.
I think.
We had that big conversation
had the big
about a
conversation, but-
recreational fire, and we defined what a recreational fire was.
So yes, this is a resolution. So we still have in our ordinance that whole, what we talked about before, that
Yeah.
open burning, where when we specifically do allow the recreational fires and all that definition, which you're remembering that conversation we have. So I think this aligns with it still.
Maybe honestly, I
Maybe
had
we need it in two
deleted
places.
that meeting from my memory. and not intentionally. It can only hold so much.
It was a very long conversation about defining a recreational fire.
Okay, I absolutely believe you. And so honestly, I'm the one who asked Jay to put back in the open fire thing because I remember realizing that, oh, we accidentally left it out when we updated fireworks, not thinking back to, oh, we maybe have already covered this in a different way.
So, yeah,
maybe
so
we
that's
don't
in the
need
minutes.
section 2?
That's in the minutes from the September 20th, 2022 meeting. Just to make sure we're clear and consistent and don't have it in more places than we need to.
So are you saying that we should not have it in this resolution, or that we've already covered it, or is this?
I'm just trying to understand why we need, like, why we have the ordinance and the resolution, and just making sure that they're consistent
Okay.
between the wording between the two.
Is there any reason why this needs to be approved this evening?
We are heading into fire season. We could do it on the 16th, but just a 16th budget.
I could support it if we just kind of adjust the boundaries.
I'm totally fine with supporting it. I just would like to look and make sure that both pieces of that code are necessary.
Why don't we just strike out section 2 and we'll look into seeing whether we feel like we need it or not. And if we do, we'll bring that one back and you could just approve section 1 with the changes you suggested, Councilmember Smith.
So are we going to include all city parks? Or are we just going to do these parks that are listed?
I think
I just want to clarify it.
we had just listed parks. We had tied it to, because the state's super specific about what you can ban it in, right? It has to be near waterways or where there's a known issue. I can't remember. There's like three definitions.
I've got
I
the
guess
language
if it's our
here.
property, can we just flat out ban them on all of our property, Rob? Even if it doesn't fall under one of those 3 specific reasons?
You can ban fireworks or other ignition sources in areas due to existing or historical hazardous environmental conditions in mountainous or dry grass or within 200 feet of waterways in the wildland interface area.
So if you ban it from all these places, where is the city going to shoot their fireworks off for the fling?
I
The
think-
school.
Sorry, to that point, I think Mountain Ridge was previously restricted because it wasn't developed. That was
That's
back when
right, 'cause it was
still
all
a field,
a
and we
field.
didn't want the field burning. And now it's just dirt on the back part, but
To my concern, if we
I
do
still don't
parks,
think
we
we
got
want,
27
because there's
parks and
those,
some
the
are
shade
pretty
sales.
we can still
most are
restrict, we can always restrict
Right.
fireworks
On
on
our
public
property.
property.
Okay.
I think we were specifically targeting Mountain Ridge because of the field that was there before. We can always ban it on any burning on city property because the city controls it.
Except we don't want them on any playgrounds.
So no one answered my question. Where exactly will you shoot off the fireworks for the fling? If we ban it in all the city parks?
Well, we haven't. If so, what they're mentioning is that if you can remove the Mountain Ridge, because most of the other parks, unless they're in a wildland interface, are not on the list.
We actually
I
shoot them
think
off
we-
from the junior high property. We don't shoot them off from our property.
Okay.
So it's
So
okay.
we'd be
what We're
okay.
saying it's okay to shoot them off at school.
But not our park.
It's okay to shoot them off on public school property, but not in the city. Okay, I just wondered.
Okay. Any other discussions? Are you thinking of leaving off section number 2 is what we're discussing?
Yes.
Okay, is there a motion?
I move that the city council approve resolution R-2024 what is it on there? But not section 2.
And
We just marked it
some of the
blank
corrections
at
we
this
made
point.
on Ridgeview and
Oh, and a correction on Ridgeview.
and the city doesn't own those 2 lots anymore. If they were.
And the 2 corrections that Scott said on the non-city owned lots.
Okay, I'll second it.
Okay, motion by Kim and seconded by Scott with those. Stephanie, did you get those exceptions of Mountain Ridge Park and also the 2 homes that were down in Pheasant Hollow?
I'm sorry.
It's,
It
Did
was
I?
on Ridgeview.
no, it's Ridgeview, not Mountain Ridge Park.
Yeah.
And I
Rice.
did not hear, I may just have missed it. Did you intend to strike out section 2?
Yeah, and I stress, yeah, I did. I
Okay,
just
Scott
did
seconds
section
2.
1.
Scott, you still second if section 2 being struck?
Yes.
Okay, that will be the motion. Passes 4-0. Now to move on to discussion items. We are at 9:57. Do we need a motion to continue for a while?
I move that we extend the meeting till 10:30. What time? 10:30.
I have a second.
I'll second it if we can have a little short break for like 3 minutes or something.
Okay. Is all in favor extending till 10:30?
Aye.
Aye.
All against?
Nay.
Brittany?
Nay.
Oh,
The
it's-
the mayor votes to go to 10:30.
I didn't see that one coming.
She did it, so I had a vote. I think that's fine.
Oh.
Okay, we're going to 10:30 with a 3-minute break. Is that what you need?
Yes.
Okay, 3-minute break.
Years ago. They do check up on it. They do random audits. Our auditors check it to make sure we've completed it. We have to submit it to the state reporting website, all of that good stuff. So we've completed it again for this year. The nice thing is we can kind of build off of what's already been done in the previous year. And good news that this year we're able to pick up a few more points. So total possible points of 395, and it's based on separation of duties, various policies that the city has in place, certifications and education of staff, trainings that the council is supposed to take, and then audit, if we have an audit function, internal audit and audit committee are some other ways to get points. So we picked up a few more points for a policy that we didn't mark that we had last year related to reporting fraud and abuse. We have a whistleblower section of our personnel policy that dictates to people who they should talk to if there's anything that they notice that's fishy. And then we picked up points for certification of staff this year that we didn't have last year. And then trainings from the council. Everybody completed their trainings. I think in the staff report, we were still waiting for confirmation from some people, but we got confirmation, so we can pick up those points. And so that moves us. Last year, we were at 305 points in the moderate category. This year, we'll be at 350, so at the very high end of the low fraud risk category. And so what this means is that based on this assessment, we have a low risk of not detecting fraud if it is occurring in the city, and also, of course, a lower risk of fraud starting in the city because we have more of these things in place that would find it before it starts. So that'll answer any questions you may have.
I forgot to bring my certificate, but I did do the training, and I think I should get another 10 points because I actually shook the hand of the state auditor on Sunday.
Great.
Honest to
We
goodness.
should
Now we're
ask
at
for those points.
360.
Yeah, so we get 360.
Yeah. A couple of things that we can work on for next time to get more points is we have a policy about computer equipment for personal use, but it doesn't delve into security. So things like cybersecurity and watching out for phishing attempts and things like that. If we came up with that policy, we can get 5 more points. And then having a formal internal audit function, that would require budget. We'd either have to have an employee that can be an internal auditor or go out and hire a third-party accounting firm to act as an internal auditor for us.
Now,
That would
we
get us-
have an auditor, but you're talking internal versus.
Yeah, separate from our external audit that we have each year. It's somebody that can focus on 1 or 2 areas per year at the council's direction and look at, say, purchasing cards 1 year and just deep dive into that and make sure that everything's up to board there. And then also a formal audit committee. So that could be members of the council. It could be appointed members from the public, staff members. It would be up to the mayor and the council to decide what the makeup of that would be. But they would kind of meet and have those discussions and make those decisions about what areas they want to be audited by an internal auditor each year. So those are a couple things that would get us more points and put us into the very low category. So.
I don't particularly care about playing games to get points, but with an audit committee, do you see any substantive value? to us outside of, if we do not have an internal auditor?
Personally, it's a headache for me because it just adds more, more documentation that I need to
Does
pull
our
together for
external
people.
auditor
But
look at some of those things the internal auditor would?
not all of it. So the external audit, they have a guide that's put out by the state that they have to follow each year. And so there are some things, and I don't have a list of the specific things, but there's some state compliance things that they only look at every third year rather than every year. So they do get around to most of these things that the state is concerned about. But an internal audit would be more, we could look into those things more regularly, and they could look deeper than the external auditors have time or means to do. So it can be valuable. It can also be a pain in the neck, but sometimes that's a good thing to make sure that we're doing everything appropriately. So.
And are there any separation of duties items that we need to improve on, or that we have room to improve on?
I think there's always room for some improvement. Looking over it, I agreed with the prior year's assessment that we have either a sufficient separation of duties or a mitigating control in place if we don't have complete separation. There's always room, I think, for improvement in that, so we'll consistently be looking at how we can improve.
And with a small staff, mitigating controls is perfectly reasonable.
Yeah.
So, okay.
Yeah. Two sets of eyes or 3 sets of eyes on things is
One thing, David, you brought up, we can get 5 points. To me, the 5 points is minimal, but we're seeing a lot of these scamming that's coming on the internet. And I know Jay's kind of tried to help out, send some things. Do you sense that are aware and that we can catch those? I mean, I know that there's been some cities been caught with some of those. Do we have enough in place? I mean, because we all get hit with personal things, but the city, I mean, I know how many emails I get that try. I think you guys get emails that are saying they're coming from me to all the city staff or council.
I'm not sending you a gift card email.
I keep asking for those gift cards.
Mayor, you didn't want me to change your direct deposit information yesterday. I thought for sure that was you.
It always comes from me. That's all I know.
I get those all the time. No, I think we don't have a written policy in place, but I do think we have a good culture in place where people are aware that it's out there. We talk about it often in the office. We do see things that are fishy quite often. So it's something that's a topic, but we do need to get something official in writing. This is what you should do and what you should watch out for.
So does this mean I don't need to bring you the Apple gift cards?
No, I would be honest. I have a lot of the staff that will email. Did you need something? I'm going, guys. That wasn't me. You know, Thank
That's
you.
one
Doug.
solution.
Okay. Thank you. Anything else, David?
No, that's all. Thanks.
Okay. We're now going to finally go on, and we'll now get to our communication item. We have communication item number 5A, which is Park Capital Fund status and Mountain Ridge Park Phase 2 amenities. And that will be Aaron Wells. And I know you have a PowerPoint put together on this.
I do, Mayor. Okay, so 3 topics we're going to talk about tonight in relation to the park. First, as we promised, follow up on lighting for the pickleball courts. Second, parking. And third, the fund status and funding for any additional amenities council may want to do. So first on lighting, we surveyed neighboring cities, and some start as early as 5 o'clock in the morning and go as late as 11 o'clock. But those who are near residential areas tend to do a 7 a.m. to 10 p.m., which is what we would recommend for the park. So as a reminder, with the policy we passed last week, the park is actually open at 6 a.m. for pickleball use or non-trail use, I should say. But what that would mean essentially in the non-summer months, they would have to bring their own lights to get there and actually be able to play, which some people have done already. So it's possible, but we think the 7 to 10 is appropriate. Great. Next, parking. So this is kind of just as an FYI, making sure we're all on the same page. Currently, thank you, Councilmember Smith, we have 222 striped parking stalls. That might change slightly with the moving of the trash can there, but we'll preserve as much as we can. What can we do on some of the neighboring streets, right? That's been a topic of conversation. So on 10400 North, so right north of the park, we could add some parallel parking against the park. But if we do, the intention was for staff, we're wanting to add a middle turn lane there just to facilitate the in and out there because it's going to become busy. So if you add parallel parking and the middle turn lane, you're gonna have to red curb the other side just because of the spacing requirements. Really, that is only gonna get you 10 to 15 more stalls if you do that, so we don't know if it's worth it to add that minimal of number of stalls at this point.
It never hurts to have more parking, though.
It certainly
Even
doesn't.
if it's 15.
Yeah, I just don't know if we want to stripe them out there, or
But what-
whether we kind of
But
just
if
let
we don't red
people-
curb it, if, let's assume that it does get busy on a Saturday or something, that means they could park on both sides and just kind of slow that whole area down. I mean,
Mhm.
and I think we could always come back and then stripe. if we need
And
to.
that's kind of what we're thinking is really on any additional striping that we want to do on the roads, let's kind of like wait and see what the park use is really going to be like during the summer. We had talked about angled parking there, but we really don't want people backing up onto that road. It's just not a safe place to do it. On 5600 West, same kind of a thing where actually we really don't think we should do designated stalls because when parents are picking their kids up from the junior high, they're parking on the east side there and kind of just waiting, right? That's a little queue there. So if we did designated stalls on the west side, we'd have to red curb the east side, and that would prevent that kind of flow that happens 5 days a week there.
So how are you going to prevent parking on the west side?
Prevent it. Our intention is not to prevent it, but essentially just not to put parking
Encourage it?
stalls there because otherwise we'd have to red curb the east side.
And I imagine if we start getting a lot of problems, we'll then start looking at what do we do parking?
So
Do we
it-
not program
yeah.
on the fields or things that way?
It's the same concern, though, with 10400. I mean, if you don't designate it and just let willy-nilly, that might be a problem, too.
Well, and as I think many of us have witnessed, parking occurs there already, right?
Right.
As soccer games or whatever games are going on at the junior
Right.
high there. So I don't know if us designating parking stalls really fixes any problems or maybe potentially creates problems that people are already figuring out how to solve. And I know that parking in streets creates problems for those who live around them. I don't disagree with that at all, but I don't know if we would help the situation at all.
Same thing at Mitchell Hollow. People park along 10400 north when they have soccer and baseball games there.
And it works okay.
Uh-huh. Yeah,
Well, and
it's
they-
interesting because there's that parking lot across the street.
Yeah,
that
there's a
just-
huge parking lot, and they'll park up
Nobody
there. and
uses
not
They'll
go
park
down.
up there, yeah.
I like staff's recommendation of let's wait to see what happens. And if we need to take some action about it, then we can. I'm worried about if we're explicitly striping parking, like you say, maybe we create, whether they're traffic problems, whether they're, now we've just created problems for the residents on the other side of the road because they can't park, whether, creating problems by trying to solve them.
Now, and I don't know if you have a slide on this, Aaron. I know we talked through this earlier today. Do we have anything, with it being a park, we're seeing kids crossing at different areas. Is it just the crosswalks by the junior high that we're looking at? Are we putting one midway? I mean, with the striping, when you're talking parking, are we looking at anything that way?
Yeah, we are adding a crossing. What's that cross
Walker
street,
Lane.
Andy?
Walker Lane.
At Walker Lane. So it's about in the middle of the park there, across a striped crosswalk. So we are going to do some basic striping there at this point, but we're going to hold off to do any full striping.
Is that simply going to be a striped crosswalk, or is that going to be a Z crosswalk like you've talked about in the past?
Yeah,
Or is it similar that we'll stripe it and see what we need to do?
What we talked about doing for this summer, where there's so much deliberation, is we'll put in the crosswalk there, and we'll put in the push buttons there. When I say the push buttons, the RRFBs there to make sure, and then we'll observe what we figure out with the parking for sure. See if we want to stripe them designated, or we want to kind of not prohibit it, and see what's needed. And then also, on the relative to the crosswalk, if we were going to do a Z crossing, the thing with a Z crossing is you have to do them away from an intersection, because unless you're going to restrict movements at the intersection. If you can leave the intersection as a full movement intersection, then you have to do the Z crossing kind of mid-block. And so for the initial, we would do a crosswalk with an RRFB, and then the RRFB is the rectangular rapid flashing beacon. Sorry, that's the little acronym for those. And then if we decide that we need something more significant, then we would come back and look at something more of a mid-block Z crossing. I do love them, but they do restrict movements a little bit more, and there's costs associated, but not that safety and cost, it's part of the equation, but not that that should be a reason not to do it, but will the straight crosswalk and the RRFBs be sufficient?
Can I just make a quick comment? So I like those flashing RFBs, you call them?
RRFBs, sorry.
Okay.
RRFB.
I like the flashing ones, but you got to be really careful that you don't put the flashing light behind a tree. So as you come up Canal Boulevard, up the hill, up from Pheasant Hollow Park, you go around that curve and you come to Ridgeview. There's a lot of people crossing on, is it Willowbank?
Yeah, Willowbank.
But that flashing light is hid by a tree. And so there's going to be an accident there. So I think we need to kind of work on make sure that they're always visible and not hidden.
Yeah, I agree, and unfortunately, what that really means is we're just gonna have to go prune those trees, and if you still can't see, we'll have to.
Well, I think you just need to remove one tree.
Yeah, yeah. Josh is here tonight, and if you'll pass on the word to Blade to go take a look at that and trim it up and see if we can't.
Yeah, because it hides that one flashing light to get right up on it.
Maybe one where we still have to prune it.
Since nobody drives the speed limit there anyway.
Okay, other things?
Yes, let's talk about money. How about that? Okay, so I'm going to take you through, council's asked us, and we promised for a little while, to dig into the Parks Capital Fund balance to see how are we doing and what is left, if anything, there. So I'm going to kind of take you through fiscal year by fiscal year to show you where we're at. So the audit reported that at the end of this past fiscal year, 23, we had, these are round numbers, right, just because I wanted to make this simple, about $7.1 million in our fund balance. So this year, we plan for $1.4 million, and that comes from impact fees we planned on, plus all of those, some wonderful contributions and donations we've got, as well as those areas that council has said you can spend this money on the park. So that added some money to us. We are planning on spending $4.1 million to finish out phase 1 and to start up phase 2. We also had some unexpected revenues that are about $1.3 million, and that's just impact fees and interest that we did not budget for, but have more homes have been built than we were initially anticipating. So that certainly has added to our fund balance. So at the end of this
so
fiscal
maybe just
year,
kind of transparency, when you build a townhome over in Ridgeview, or those,
right.
we get $4,800. If it's a single-family home, we get $6,300. So the Park Capital Fund is specific only to go to parks, and it's the impact that new residents are paying for parks that are not finished. That are, so if it's a finished park, we can't use that park impact.
But Boyer's throwing in a lot of townhomes.
That's right. So this is where this money's come from. I'm just saying, this isn't general fund just for the public. This is specific earmarked. This is impact fees coming from all the homes being built. And it has to stay in a park cap.
It does. So at the end of this fiscal year, we're estimating we're going to end up at $5.7 million in fund balance. Looking forward to next fiscal year, will you jump ahead for me? So we, again, start at $5.7 million. We plan, our budget includes $1.2 million in revenue coming in. And so again, impact fees, and then the general fund transfer we talked about earlier tonight. We do plan on spending $900,000 on things that are not related to Mountain Ridge. So that includes our bond payment for this next year, as well as the trail spending, right, we just talked about with Mitchell Hollow, Wild Rose Park, and then that Parks Equipment Replacement Fund, Parks Equipment Replacement that we're going to start doing. In addition, council has authorized $2 million to, or budgeted, I should say, to for these amenities in phase 2. So baseball field, soccer, the trail, the storage building, and the lighting conduits. That will leave us with a fund balance of about $4 million at the end of this coming fiscal year. Okay, looking ahead to fiscal year 26 and beyond. So we have $4 million in our fund balance. In fiscal year 26 and beyond, we'll have $2 million left in bond payments, which means we will still have $2 million in our fund balance. I'll say this from the beginning, these numbers shocked all of us. David, Andy, and I have triple checked them because as I joked with the mayor today, none of us want to get fired for telling you we have money to build this park and we don't have money to build this park. So we have really made sure that that money is available for us. So there's about $1.2 million left for other amenities that we have talked about, but council has not yet approved or budgeted for or approved from a construction standpoint. So if you wanted to move ahead with any of those, or I guess I should say, if you wanted to move ahead with all of those, we would end up with $800,000 still in our fund balance in the Parks Impact, or Parks Capital Fund, excuse me. Okay, so is it realistic to actually make all of this happen, right? I wanted to kind of double check my numbers with you and make sure you understood. So for this year, for example, next fiscal year, we are anticipating $600,000 in impact fee revenue. So,
And am I correct in understanding that that does not show on the analysis that you did because there was no revenue showing?
So this was for fiscal year 25. I think the slide right before this was for beyond fiscal year 25. I assumed we had no additional revenue coming in, which certainly is not true, but I just wanted to be conservative and let you know that yes, we have the funds there. So this fiscal year, or this coming fiscal year, we're anticipating $600,000, which if I'm being, again, conservative and saying, I would need 122 townhomes to be built to get $600,000. This year so far, in 2024 calendar year, we've gotten 138 permits, which does mean that a lot of Ridgeview is starting to get built out. But we have 225 entitled units left in the city that have yet to pull permits. So they still need to pay those impact fees. So of the 122, we need half, or of the 225, we need half of them to come in to make that 600,000. But again, because we have a anticipated fund balance of 800,000, we really don't need them anyway. So even if that didn't happen, we would be okay. And again, next fiscal year, the other sources are very set in my mind. The transfer that we need to make from the general fund anyway to keep us at the 35%, as well as interest income. We budgeted for less than half of what we're currently getting this fiscal year, and we will decrease our fund balance some, but still feel like that's reasonable.
And am I correct in understanding that out of that 225, we probably need less than half of that because some of them that will be coming in will be single family?
Yes.
Okay.
You do. So we'd be up at the 6,000 range instead of the 4,800 range per unit that comes in there. Okay, one more for me, Brooklyn. Okay, so just to make sure we're on the same page, here I wanted to go through, okay, of phase 2, here's where we're at with the different amenities. We are moving forward, working on the soccer fields, the baseball field, like the base bid for the baseball field, I should say, and the trail. Council is budgeted for, but we haven't yet contracted the storage building and the lighting conduits. That's where we were going to pull some general fund balance to make that happen.
But we just approved that, right?
Well, it'll be approved in the budget. We haven't approved the contracts yet to do that.
No, the
But we
storage,
approved
wasn't
moving
the storage
forward on-
building with the park maintenance building? That was
Yeah.
one-
Oh, you're right. I'm
We
sorry.
just approved that.
When I started these slides, that was accurate, but as the meeting progressed, this
And
is
the
no
lighting
longer accurate.
conduits were
The
in there,
lighting
too.
conduits have not been contracted, but the storage building has. You're right, Councilmember Smith.
Yeah.
Okay. What we think needs to be done as a priority that's not yet contracted are additional security cameras to continue to try to help residents and protect our park. We plan to put some shade around the baseball area so that parents have a place to sit underneath the shade, and it provides a little bit of protection from foul balls. And then batting cages along either side of the ball field, which as a parent of kids who play baseball, they are very helpful and very useful and really benefit the park. So we feel like that kind of really finishes out what we've contracted for phase 2. What we still need direction on, finally from council, is do you want to do anything more? So here I've listed out the things that we've talked about as priorities. I don't need a decision tonight. This is, I mean, you can't make a final decision tonight. This is a communication item. But if council is amenable to any of these things, staff will work to get final bids, and then we would bring that back to you for your approval. So including the stage base, so just the concrete base, the Ninja course, or we have talked about at least doing the base for the Ninja course and then putting it in later. Any extra, so extra fencing along the baseball field along 5600 West to provide some additional kind of separation between the road and the field there. Fencing around the basketball futsal court, and then a small storage building closer to the baseball area to help them with their storage needs for the equipment that baseball fields require.
Aaron, I think before I can give good direction, I would like to see some possible costs on those items before I, kind of contemplate them, think about them, and I would probably prioritize things a lot by costs and kind of needs and different things. So I don't think I can really tell you tonight. It's also past 10:30, which we've.
So I'll tell you, all of
Yeah.
them together cost about $1.2 million to get it all done individually. So the Ninja course is about $350, the stage base is about $100. Oh, now my brain's shutting down. Baseball fencing is about $70,000, roughly.
Along the road, right?
And that's where my remembrance stops there. But if council is interested, we will finalize those bids and bring them to you, and then you can, at that point, tell us what you want to move
Yeah,
forward
could
with.
you break them down and explain exactly what they are? It's like the stage
Absolutely.
base. We heard a comment tonight that it was $400,000, but you're saying 100,000.
So I think the 400,000, so actually the entire stage, when you count the overhang, is about almost $500,000. It's very expensive, but so the concrete base itself, just like the raised elevated, is about 100,000.
So I would like to see specifics
Absolutely.
and costs.
And I would like to have more communication too. There was a comment made tonight about what we would use this stage for. I know we've talked a lot about fling, but I don't think we've talked a lot about what else we would possibly do there.
Yeah.
Would the baseball storage building be for city baseball equipment or whose baseball equipment? Because we have that storage building by the other park. It drives me nuts because does anybody use that?
Yeah, Lone
Me
Peak.
and Kim are going to go run the snack shack there.
Lone Peak Baseball uses that one over at by Heritage, but this one would be to keep the, kind of the basic things that go to the care of and operation of the baseball fields. A lot of times they like to move in the portable pitcher's mounds when they're not being used. Depending on the season, they'll store more there, but they store all the chalk it, and then they'll store the little piece of equipment to drag the field, et cetera. So it's kind of all the basic before the game prep equipment, for lack of a better word. I don't know.
Would you need a four-wheeler there?
Councilmember Rodella may have.
So is
better
that,
way to
I'm still
explain that.
unclear, is that owned by the city then, that equipment, and the teams that use it have a code or permission or something to use it? Like, is that city equipment or whose equipment is that, and how do you decide who gets to store equipment there? Just stuff I would like to know before we
Yeah.
approve that.
Sure.
Those are all fair questions.
Right.
In a general sense, this one would probably be different than any of the others because the others kind of have teams or leagues that sort of sponsor that equipment, primarily operate them. This one would still be, figuring it out because it would probably be, this field is going to be, rented by many, and so it probably would end up being city equipment that then those that rent it get to use it. But this is going to be different than our other ballparks. At least I think so. I anticipate it'll be different and operated different, and so that's where I say I got a little hesitation in my answers because you ask a lot of good things, that some of which we have yet to kind of figure out some of those finite details.
So it'd be nice to know because it seems like we're building a lot of storage and maintenance buildings.
I agree.
In the
Well,
same area.
Well, no, and baseball has like.
Yeah, I know, they have
and
specific
They have the
things.
dragger. I mean, there's different things that baseball has a different aspect. Now, is that storage building, when you're talking baseball, is that also the scores thing? And
It can be as grand
okay.
or as modest as we would like. At one time, we had talked about potentially doing an upper story scorer's window or a scorer's desk, or however you want to look at that. And, you know, you could also have kind of a snack shack window on the bottom level too, and segregate that. It's just, to some extent, the building can grow or shrink to fit the budget.
So
You
that-
know,
that's
it
kind
can
of
be
get
as
focused.
simple as a tough shed and as expansive as you want to get from there.
Okay, so council, I heard on the stage base, you would like to understand what the use, you know, and I think, Doug, with you being with the Arts Council, we've talked to the Arts Council, I know they've been excited a little bit about, but maybe they could come back and say, hey, this is what we can envision that stage would be used for.
There's an Arts Council meeting tomorrow. I'll check in about that.
I mean, because I could see that they have their Shakespeare thing where they do, you know, there's a lot, but is that the right space? Would we do Sunday night in the park? You know, and I don't know if we'd look at the Arts Council doing that. You know, there's different things that we'd want to look at. It's probably fall underneath the Arts Council more than else. Your Ninja Court, so that's, we need to have information probably back from that. Ninja Court, are you needing more information, council, on that? I
Yeah,
think we hear
I'd
the
like
cost-
to see price specifics and size and a few things. But I need to remind the mayor once again that we are 7 minutes past our motion.
Hey, let's get going. Well, I'm just trying to verify so we can get done with this item
Sure,
here.
I know what you're doing.
I think staff's got direction. We will bring that information back to council. Thank you, Mayor.
Anything
And
else?
Thank
I
you
would-
for doing this.
If I correctly understood what Scott said, I would agree with that, that I would prefer to see rough numbers on things rather than going out to bid with things at this point.
Because it sounds like we may have money to do all of these things, but I sure like to see numbers and kind of specifics. Does that make sense, Kim?
Yeah. With that, item number 5B, 5C, and 5D will all be continued just because we're now past our time. If there's nothing else from staff, well, you will need a motion to go to closed session. We do have a closed session item. So
Oh, so moved.
have a second?
Second.
For the purpose of acquiring real property.
You just need to have it for the reason why are we going to closed sessions for acquiring real property.
I move that we move to closed session to discuss acquiring real property.
Second.
A motion by Brittany, second by Kim, all in favor?
Aye.
We're now in closed session.